Chapter 38-77. How's it going? Seeing his daughter and son-in-law leave, Shuemingji's originally calm face instantly turned gloomy. At the same time, he sent out a message to ask about his friends outside. This friend was a good friend he had made in his early years. They had gone through life and death together. Shuemingji trusted this friend very much. Otherwise, Shuemingji would not have asked him for help in finding two intermediate God-King kamikaze warriors. In the realms of gods, many forces would nurture kamikaze warriors. However, most forces would only nurture ordinary divine kamikaze warriors. As for God-King kamikaze warriors, other forces would not have the resources to nurture them unless they were godly emperors. As for godly emperor kamikaze warriors, they were even rarer. If it were not for the powerful godly emperor forces, they would not have the courage to nurture them. After all, every godly emperor kamikaze warrior required a lot of resources. Among the godly emperor kamikaze warriors, the higher their cultivation base, the rarer they were. For example, although the Tianlong clan did not have any godly emperor experts, as a godly emperor force that had produced a godly emperor expert, it had a strong foundation. The Tianlong clan had nurtured some godly emperor kamikaze warriors. However, they were only low-level godly emperor kamikaze warriors, and there were very few of them. It was said that there was only one intermediate god-king kamikaze warrior. This team of kamikaze warriors was in the hands of the Tianlong clan's current clan leader. This was a tradition of the Tianlong clan. "I've found a way." Shuemingji received a reply not long after he sent out the message. However, the price of two intermediate God-King kamikaze warriors is not low. Especially since they'll die if you ask them to do it. "What's the price of buying their lives?" Shuemingji asked. "I've been trying to bargain with the other party, but I've almost reached my limit. However, old Shue, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your meager wealth, it'll be a huge burden for you to hire two intermediate God-King kamikaze warriors. If they don't die, the price will be much lower." The other party asked, "Is there a chance they won't die?" "Undying?" Shuemingji asked calmly, "Do you think they won't die after killing people in Tianlong Temple?" For a moment, the other party fell silent. After a short while, the other party said, "Earlier, you said that your target is a kid who has just broken through to become a low-level deity emperor?" "Yes." Shuemingji replied. "Don't underestimate him just because he just broke through to the lower divine emperor realm. His strength is comparable to a middle divine emperor's." When he recalled how Duan Lingtian had managed to escape from Kuang Tianjing's forbidden bloodline attack, Shuemingji did not dare to underestimate him. "How about one mid-level godly emperor deathsworn and two low-level godly emperor deathsworn?" the other party asked. "Two low-level godly emperors?" Hearing the other party's words, Shuemingji frowned. "As far as I know, the price of two low-level godly emperor deathsworn is not much different from the price of one mid-level godly emperor deathsworn, right? In terms of difficulty, cultivating two low-level godly emperors was not much easier than cultivating one mid-level godly emperor. It's much worse." The other party laughed. "Do you think that the deathsworn I find are like the deathsworn cultivated by a god-level force like the Tianlong clan, relying on cultivation resources? The path I find leads directly to a godly venerable expert who is good at soul secret techniques. The deathsworn I find are also godly venerable experts who are good at soul secret techniques. They erase the memories in their 3 spiritual and 6 physical souls and inject the memories of the other deathsworn. Have you heard of the soul-shifting deathsworn?" At this point, the person who sent the message to Shuemingji was obviously proud. "Soul-shifting deathsworn?" Shuemingji sucked in a breath of cold air. "You actually have such a path? If it weren't for the soul-shifting deathsworn, and it's not that I look down on you, you may not be able to afford the cost of 2 mid-level godly emperor deathsworn." On the other side, the person who sent the message to Shuemingji spoke very casually, without the slightest trace of politeness. "A mid-level godly emperor deathsworn who is not weaker than an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, plus 2 low-level godly emperor deathsworn. It should be enough to kill the person you want to kill, right?" Hearing the other party's words, Shuemingji was silent for a moment before he said, "2 low-level godly emperor deathsworn, at least one of them is good at the law of space and can disturb the space. The person I want to kill is good at the law of space. In Xue Mingji's opinion, a large part of the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Kuang Tianjing's hands last time was because Duan Lingtian had teleported in time. Also, Kuang Tianjing did not immediately activate the power of his forbidden bloodline. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to escape death. Let me ask, the other party sent the message. However, just as the other party's voice fell, Xue Mingji said again, forget it, 2 mid-level godly emperor death sworn. I don't want low-level godly emperor death sworn. I'm still not at ease. Whatever the price is, it will be. In the next few days, I will ask my trusted disciples to send the things to you. If the divine stones and divine crystals are not enough, we will replace them with other things that are more easily circulated. This should not be a problem, right? In response to Xue Mingji's inquiry, the other party replied in a clear voice, this is naturally not a problem. All right, since you have decided, I will ask for 2 mid-level godly emperor deathsworn from him. When they arrive, what are your plans? Let them join the Tianlong clan and then wait for an opportunity to strike. The Emperor Battle Plain. The battlefield of godly emperors. In the sky above a boundless plain, a purple figure flitted past like a purple lightning bolt. Although the battlefield of godly emperors is about the same size as the battlefield of godly kings, there are much more people here. I am not slow, but it has been 2 months and I have not met a single person. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he first entered the battlefield of godly emperors, he was treading on thin ice and was extremely cautious. However, in the next few days, he did not even meet a single person. Now, 2 months had passed, and he had even forgotten that there were godly emperors who could threaten him in this battlefield. He swaggered around as if he was fearless. There are so few people in such a big battlefield. There should be very few godly emperors who have the patience to travel together, right? Duan Lingtian thought. It's really boring. Moreover, I can't cultivate here, nor can I comprehend the profound meaning of laws. At the same time, because there is no spiritual qi, there is no way to refine divine pills. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If possible, he really wanted to wait for the Greater One sect's godly emperors to come. Let's continue to look. Duan Lingtian felt that before he found the Greater One sect's godly emperors, he would most likely collapse. In the battlefield of godly kings, although he often did not see anyone from the Greater One sect for a long time, at least he could meet people from the same sect, so it was not too lonely. But this time, in the 2 months since he entered the battlefield of godly emperors, Duan Lingtian did not even see a shadow of a person. Now, he did not even have the extravagant hope of meeting someone from the Greater One sect. As long as he could meet 1 or 2 people from the Tianlong clan, he would be very moved. 2 hours later. Perhaps the heavens heard the pleading in Duan Lingtian's heart, when he passed through the endless plains, through the towering mountains, and into the ice field, he heard the sound of fighting. Boom. Rumble. A violent sound came from the distance, followed by the sound of a large piece of glacier shattering. It was extremely crisp and ear-piercing. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up at this moment. It was as though he was a hungry wolf that had finally found prey after being starved for many days. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he headed in the direction of the sound. Of course, although he was anxious, he was very calm. He did not approach with great fanfare, but carefully crept over. Soon, he came to the side of a glacier, barely hiding his figure, and watched the confrontation in the sky above the ice field in the distance. It was a middle-aged man and a young man. The two of them were fighting, and fiery red power and azure power intertwined. The impact of the law of fire and the law of water caused the void to tremble, and the aftermath of the power slammed into the ice field, causing countless ferocious cracks to appear on the ice field. There were also many places where ice holes appeared, and one could see the water inside. It was unknown whether it was lake water or sea water. Fang Yiming, although your progress is fast, you are still far from being able to kill me. After the middle-aged man blocked the opponent's attack, he sneered and said, this time, when I go out, I will report to the sect that you, Fang Yiming, attacked a fellow disciple in the Divine Emperor battlefield. Humph. On the opposite side, the young man, Fang Yiming, sneered and said, so what if you go out and say more? Do you, Wang Liuan, have any evidence. Around them, there was a faint formation light circulating. It was the formation set up by Fang Yiming using the formation plate to block the recording of the scryer images. Moreover, what happened in the Emperor Battle Realm, even if you go out and make a heart demon blood oath, no one will take it seriously. Speaking of this, Fang Yiming's sneer deepened. The middle-aged man, Wang Liuan, heard this. His face was slightly gloomy. No wonder you dared to attack me in the Divine Emperor battlefield. It turns out that you have already thought of a way out. However, even if it is as you say, so what? Fang Yiming, do you have the ability to kill me? If I give you a few 100 years, you may have the ability to kill me, but, at that time, I, Wang Liuan, may not even be in the Greater One sect. You want to avenge your master, but it is destined to be a dream. The corners of Wang Liuan's mouth were full of mockery. Hearing the conversation between the two, and then seeing the two people fighting more and more fiercely, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized, so they are both people of the Greater One sect, but, unexpectedly, they are both middle-level divine emperors. After seeing the cultivation of the two people, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. These two people were both middle-level divine emperors, and judging from their strength, it was certainly impossible for them to be Earth Underworld elders of the Greater One sect. They should be inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. However, even if they were inner sect elders of the Greater One sect, their strength was not something he could deal with without exposing his trump card. Seeing that the two people were unable to determine the winner after a long time, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed, and then his body moved slightly, breaking an icicle on one side of the glacier. Bang! With a light sound, the two people who were still fighting in the distance instantly stopped and looked in his direction. Chapter 3878. Oh no! The moment the two middle-level divine emperors of the Greater One sect looked over, Duan Lingtian's face suddenly changed, and then he teleported away, disappearing from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already far away. However, as soon as he appeared in the distance, two figures, one in front and one behind, surrounded him. They were the two divine emperors of the Greater One sect who were fighting just now. Low-level divine emperor? Wang Liuan, the inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, looked at the divine emperor of the Greater One sect in front of him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. I haven't seen a divine emperor of the Greater One sect for a long time. I didn't expect to meet him here. But, he's just a low-level divine emperor. As he said this, a touch of disdain flashed across Wang Liuan's eyes. Killing a low-level divine emperor was not a challenge, and the battle merits were low. But, for him, it was better than nothing. Wang Liuan's eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. On the other side, the other inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, Fang Yiming, looked indifferent. He stared at Duan Lingtian indifferently, as if he was neither happy nor sad. However, Duan Lingtian saw the hidden killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, the two middle-level divine emperors of the Greater One sect wanted to kill him. Two lords. At this time, Duan Lingtian, whose face was pale, said in a trembling voice, I saw the two of you fighting just now. Obviously, you have a grudge against each other. Killing me, a low-level divine emperor, won't give you much battle merits. How about I help one of you kill the other, and then you let me go? As Duan Lingtian said this, he glanced at Fang Yiming and Wang Liuan. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Liuan's eyes lit up, and Fang Yiming's eyes also flashed with a rare glint. Just as Wang Liuan was about to speak with joy on his face, whoosh! A loud bang interrupted Wang Liuan's words. Fang Yiming had already made his move before Wang Liuan could speak. Rolling up a vast power, he charged towards Wang Liuan. Help me kill him, and I'll spare your life. When Fang Yiming attacked Wang Liuan, he didn't forget to call out to Duan Lingtian, if you don't try your best or try to escape, I'll kill you immediately. As Fang Yiming spoke, his tone was extremely cold. No one dared to doubt his words. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately took out his high-grade sword and swept up a spatial storm as he charged towards Wang Liuan. Of course, the strength he displayed now was much weaker than Fang Yiming. However, the problem was that Wang Liuan's strength was only on par with Fang Yiming's. Dealing with Fang Yiming was already difficult for him. Now that Duan Lingtian was added to the mix, the pressure on him immediately increased. Boom! Wang Liuan unleashed his bloodline power, and his high-grade divine weapon vibrated. He temporarily retreated from Duan Lingtian and Fang Yiming's joint attack. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an ugly expression. Boy from the Tianlong clan, if you're willing to help me kill him, I'll not only let you live, but also give you some divine gems. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a cold gaze from not far away. For a moment, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at Wang Liuan disdainfully. Compared to you, I'm more willing to believe in this lord who seems to be about the same age as me and whom I feel close to. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian charged towards Wang Liuan again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the cold gaze on him moving away. Then, Fang Yiming attacked again. After Duan Lingtian made his next move, he caught up with Duan Lingtian and took the lead to attack Wang Liuan. Originally, Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming's strength were on par. The two of them had fought for a long time, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Now, with the addition of Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian only displayed strength comparable to an ordinary low-level divine king, with the cooperation of Fang Yiming, he was still able to suppress Wang Liuan. Now, Wang Liuan was in a more and more difficult situation. From the looks of it, he was not far from being defeated, or even dying. During this process, Wang Liuan repeatedly made promises to Duan Lingtian, hoping to make Duan Lingtian change sides. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him, which made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why was this guy from the Tianlong clan so willing to believe Fang Yiming and not him? Just because Fang Yiming also looked like a young man and made him feel close to him? Now, Wang Liuan was somewhat regretful. He had shown the appearance of a middle-aged man to show his maturity and steadiness. However, at this time, it was precisely this maturity and steadiness that could take his life. In the end, seeing that he could not persuade Duan Lingtian, Wang Liuan could only give up and shift his target to Fang Yiming. Fang Yiming, you dare to collude with someone from the Tianlong clan to attack a fellow member of the same clan. If the clan finds out, they will definitely not let you off. Wang Liuan roared, his voice full of threat. However, not only did Fang Yiming ignore him, he even increased the speed of his attacks. Fang Yiming, let's join forces to kill him first. Anyway, I'm injured now. Even without him, I may not be a match for you. You don't really want to let him off, do you? Wang Liuan continued to work hard. If this goes on, even if you scare me, you will consume a lot of energy. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill him later. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Wang Liuan struggled, Fang Yiming ignored him. He was just a lower divine emperor. Moreover, judging from the strength he had displayed, it was obvious that he had just become a lower divine emperor not long ago. It was obvious that he had not even mastered the use of his divine power. To Fang Yiming, killing such a lower divine emperor was no different from killing a chicken. Fang Yiming, although I was responsible for your master's death, it was not entirely my fault. It was also related to his own greed. Fang Yiming, you can't kill me. Fang Yiming, if you dare to kill me, the clan will not let you off. At this critical moment, Wang Liuan was still trying his best to survive. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, whether it was Fang Yiming or Duan Lingtian, they did not give him a chance, not even the slightest chance. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian swept out his sword. The sword light condensed by the spatial storm pierced through the air toward Wang Liuan, forcing Wang Liuan to move his body to dodge. If it were any other time, he would be able to easily break through an attack of this level. Even now, although he had consumed a lot of his divine power, it was not difficult for him to block such an attack. But the problem was, once he blocked the attack of the Tianlong clan's disciple, he would not be able to block Fang Yiming's attack in time. Bang! A loud sound spread. A frightening force slammed onto the ice plains, causing the originally fragmented ice surface to instantly crumble and sink to the bottom of the water. At this moment, the large lake completely revealed its original appearance. However, on the surface of the lake, bursts of cold air were still gathering and rising. After a while, a thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of the lake, and the thin layer of ice was getting thicker. This showed that the temperature in this area was very low. Puff! Blood spurted out like an arrow. It was Wang Liuan who had barely blocked Fang Yiming's attack. His whole body flew backward, and his face was pale and his aura was weak. Fang Yiming, you will die a horrible death. When Fang Yiming chased him again and attacked him with great momentum, Wang Liuan growled. In the next moment, he could only watch helplessly as Fang Yiming's high-grade divine artifact fell toward him. The raging power also surrounded him. And at this moment, at the critical moment, bang! When Wang Liuan fell from the sky and approached the ice sheet, a loud sound was suddenly heard. Then, the ice sheet was torn apart, and a sword light rose into the sky, killing Wang Liuan in an instant. Then, a figure appeared. It was a young man in purple. It was Duan Lingtian. At some point, Duan Lingtian had already teleported to the bottom of the icy plain. He made his move at the most critical moment and killed Wang Liuan before Fang Ming could react. Who told you to kill him? When Duan Lingtian killed Wang Liuan and took Wang Liuan's identity badge and storage ring, Fang Yiming stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. He did not express any opinion about Duan Lingtian taking the spoils alone. Because, in his view, the Tianlong clan disciple in front of him was already a dead man. It was useless to take Wang Liuan's storage ring, and it would eventually fall into his hands. Now, what Fang Yiming cared about was that Wang Liuan was not killed by him with his own hand. Lord! In the face of Fang Yiming's reprimand, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. He smiled slightly and said, if you kill him, his identity badge will directly dissipate and disappear. At that time, I'm afraid everyone will know that he died in the hands of his own people. After all, on the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm, only when people on opposite sides kill each other can the identity badge of the other remain intact. You are all disciples of the Greater One sect. If you kill him, his identity badge will not remain intact. But if I kill him, it will be different. At least, no one will think that he died in the hands of his fellow sect members. In this way, no one will suspect you. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Fang Yiming smiled. So, I have to thank you. There's no need to thank me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Lord, in exchange for not killing me, I will join hands with you to deal with him. Now, I will help you kill him, so that you won't be suspected. I don't want your favor, but his storage ring will belong to me. How about it? Okay. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Fang Yiming narrowed his eyes slightly, and then nodded in agreement. In that case, thank you, Lord. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Then, Duan Lingtian turned around and was ready to leave. But the moment he turned around, Fang Yiming, who appeared to be kind, suddenly made a move. The divine saber in his hand cut through the air, bringing with it a huge blade light that swept toward Duan Lingtian. The next moment, whoosh! Although Duan Lingtian was hit, it immediately dissipated. It was only a shadow that was hit. Interesting. Fang Yiming sneered and stepped out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the destination of Duan Lingtian's teleportation, staring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Chapter 3879. You want to kill me? Duan Lingtian looked at Fang Yiming, who was blocking his way. His eyes flashed and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Fang Yiming smiled coldly. You're not so naive as to think that I'll let you go, right? You are a disciple of the Divine Emperor sect of the Sky Dragon sect, and I am a disciple of the Greater One sect. In this battlefield, we are absolute enemies. Today, even if you helped me, I will not let you go. Of course, you'll regret not helping Wang Liuan kill me. Even if you help Wang Liuan kill me, he won't let you go. Your fate was decided the moment we found you. Li Yundong said with a smile. You're doomed to die. Fang Yiming's eyes flashed with killing intent as he spoke, and his divine power surged. Is that so? Faced with Fang Yiming's overbearing attitude, Duan Lingtian smiled mockingly. What a coincidence. I don't intend to let the one who survived either. I didn't attack you just now because I was curious if you would attack me. Fang Yiming was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he sneered. Boy, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. You're just a lower divine emperor. How dare you say you'll kill me? I've never heard of a lower divine emperor in the Tianlong clan who can defeat a medium divine emperor. Fang Yiming did not believe Duan Lingtian at all. He thought Duan Lingtian was exaggerating. Then, he directly attacked Duan Lingtian with his sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to be in a daze as he faced Fang Yiming, who was charging forward. He did not move at all. "Are you scared out of your wits?" Fang Yiming sneered. The sword light in his hand became stronger and stronger. It swept through the air, leaving behind a trail of sword light. In fact, as the blade light swallowed and spat out, it slashed across a glacier not far away, causing an extremely deep blade mark to appear on the glacier. From this, one could see the power of Fang Yiming's blade. Tianlong clan brat, before you die, remember well, the person who will kill you is me, Greater One Sect's inner sect elder, Fang Yiming. Fang Yiming's eyes turned cold, and the blade in his hand suddenly fell, chopping towards Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, he smiled as if he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by him. You should also remember that the person who killed you is a disciple of the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian. Just when Fang Yiming thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be further frightened by him, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. His tone was indifferent, without any ripples, incomparably calm. Inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? Fang Yiming was stunned. This was just an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? In addition, the name Duan Lingtian seemed somewhat familiar. Where had he heard it before? And in the moment when Fang Yiming was absent-minded, the blade light on the blade in his hand dimmed. This was purely due to his distraction. Hua lolo, and in the moment when Fang Yiming was absent-minded, the space around Duan Lingtian began to fold and fluctuate without him activating his divine power. It was as if the entire space was moving according to Duan Lingtian's will. For a moment, many of the blade lights on Fang Yiming's blade were annihilated. At this moment, Fang Yiming himself also felt that the blade had become incomparably heavy and extremely difficult to move forward. In the next moment, Fang Yiming came to his senses and extended his divine sense. After a moment of sensing, his expression changed greatly. The way of control. You've mastered the way of control. The way of control was one of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth. If it was only in its embryonic form, its power would not be high. But now, the way of control displayed by the Tianlong clan disciple in front of him was obviously not in its embryonic form. You have a good eye. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His right hand pulled casually, and immediately, the divine power of a lower divine emperor merged with the space law ultimacy. At this moment, he did not hide the space law ultimacy that he had comprehended. In terms of the space law ultimacy, he was not weaker than Fang Yiming. At the same time, he pulled casually, and a 3-foot-long green sword with 7 colors swirling around it formed. With an unparalleled sharp sword essence, it whistled towards Fang Yiming. Whoosh! As the sword swept out, the wind and clouds changed color. Even the turbulent void stopped at this moment. Sword principle. In the next moment, Fang Yiming, who had hurriedly come to his senses, changed his expression greatly again. At the same time, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by a strong sense of fear. Damn it! How is this possible? He's a lower divine emperor. Not only has he mastered the space law ultimacy, but he has also mastered the space law sword principle and the way of control. At this moment, Fang Yiming's mind spun rapidly. At the same time, he realized that he might not be a match for his opponent, even if his opponent was only a lower divine emperor. However, his opponent's various means were enough to make up for the gap between their cultivation realms. If he continued to fight with his opponent, he would be the one to die. However, if he wanted to escape, he still had a chance. Thinking of this, Fang Yiming heaved a sigh of relief. Buzz! Fang Yiming erupted, at all costs, erupting all of his bloodline power. He was not sure if he could hurt Duan Lingtian, at least he thought it was unlikely. With the help of the recoil, Fang Yiming quickly retreated and then tried to escape. You can't escape. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Then, the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand flashed with 7 colors, and a 7-colored sword light flew out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Whoosh! The sword light broke through the void, and its speed was completely beyond Fang Yiming's imagination. How is this possible? Feeling that the danger behind him was getting stronger and stronger, Fang Yiming subconsciously turned his head to look. When he looked at it with his divine sense, he could clearly feel that there was a clear will in the seven-colored sword light. Kill. This will reverberated in his mind, but it was a clear and pleasant woman's voice. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. It's an artifact spirit. This is a high-grade divine sword with a complete artifact spirit. No. In the next moment, Fang Yiming hurriedly came back to his senses and desperately tried to block. Whoosh. Then, even though Fang Yiming desperately tried to block, the seven-colored sword light annihilated most of his attacks and fell on his body, injuring him. And it was a serious injury. Whoosh. At the same time, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of the seriously injured Fang Yiming. At this time, Fang Yiming's face was full of despair. Impossible. You are a disciple of the Tianlong clan. How can you have such a divine weapon? How can you master 2 of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth? Impossible. After roaring in fear for a moment, Fang Yiming calmed down and looked at Duan Lingtian with an ugly expression. Who are you? External aid invited by the Tianlong clan? Even the lower divine emperors of the top divine emperors in Tunglung province can't be as heaven-defying as you. However, in the face of Fang Yiming's confusion, Duan Lingtian only responded to him with a sword. Cutting the Gordian knot. Now, not only did Duan Lingtian reveal his sword Dao and Dao of control, but he also revealed the 7 orifices exquisite sword in order to kill Fang Yiming. He did not want to delay time and wait for a third person to appear on the scene. With Fang Yiming's death, no one would know the secret that he revealed. Perhaps the strongest person who made the array disc of the Emperor battle plane would know. But, would the strongest person care about this? Whoosh. After the sword, Fang Yiming died. Before he died, his eyes were still wide open. Obviously, he died with a grievance. Until his death, he still could not figure out how the Tianlong clan could produce such a heaven-defying character. Until his death, he still could not figure out why he found the name familiar. Finally, it's a good start. A good start, a good omen. After Duan Lingtian put away Fang Yiming's identity badge and storage ring, a bright smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he took out the storage ring of the Greater One Sect Inner Sect Elder, Wang Liuan. After claiming ownership of their spatial rings, Duan Lingtian, who was originally filled with anticipation, instantly had a disappointed expression when he took a glance at their contents. Really too poor ghost. Especially this Fang Yiming, there are so few divine stones and divine crystals in his storage ring. Now, Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten. Although he had just broken through to the divine emperor realm, the resources he enjoyed in the Tianlong clan were not something that even an ordinary black dragon elder could enjoy. Not to mention anything else, just the amount of contribution points that the Sky Dragon sect master had given him was something that not even the elders of the Black Dragon sect had. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian's vision was much higher. How could the wealth of 2 Greater One Sect Inner Sect elders enter his eyes? Perhaps, even if a Greater One Sect elder was killed by Duan Lingtian would still curse the other party for being poor. Greater One City. At the entrance of the Divine Emperor battlefield. Pa. When the first shattering sound was heard, the faces of the 3 Greater One Sect Inner Sect elders on duty all changed. Especially when they saw the shattered soul bead, their faces were very ugly. It's Elder Wang Liuan. Elder Wang Liuan has died. Another Divine Emperor has died now, the advantage we have is getting smaller and smaller. Elder Wang Liuan has died. Was it the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan? Even if it was not the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, it must have been 2 or more Tianlong clan inner sect elders working together. Moreover, if it was just 2 ordinary Tianlong clan inner sect elders working together, even if Elder Wang Liuan was not their match, he may still be able to escape. Just as the 3 of them passed on the news to the person in Tai City with an ugly expression, asking him to spread the news. Pa. Another crisp sound was heard, and suddenly the expressions of the 3 people froze. A moment later, the 3 people looked at each other in dismay, seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. In such a short time. Another person has died. Since the start of the Emperor battle with the Tianlong clan, it was not that Greater One Sect had not lost a Divine Emperor disciple. But, They had not lost two divine emperor disciples in succession. The two people who had died closest to them had died nearly 10 days apart. When their eyes fell on the shattered soul bead, their faces changed again. It's Elder Fang Yiming. Another inner sect elder has died. Two inner sect elders have died in succession. What did they encounter? Chapter 3880. Since the opening of the Emperor Battle Plain, although the Greater One sect had lost some inner sect elders, the number of inner sect elders that had died was very few. Most of those who died were low-level divine emperors. There were not many middle divine emperors like inner sect elders who had died. In fact, there were not more than 10 of them. But now, in just a quarter of an hour, their Greater One sect had lost two middle-level divine emperor inner sect elders in succession. Who could tell them what was going on? Inner sect elder Wang Liuan and inner sect elder Fang Yiming both died in less than a quarter of an hour. Were they killed together, or were they killed one by one? As far as I know, the relationship between these two inner sect elders has always been bad. Their relationship is more than bad. In my opinion, if possible, they could even fight to the death. Do you think? Could it be that they fought to the death in the God Emperor battlefield and both sides were injured, and the Qianlong clan took advantage of them? It's possible. It shouldn't be. It's a big crime to attack a fellow disciple in the God Emperor battlefield. When they return, they will be severely punished. As the news of inner sect elder Fang Yiming's death spread, Greater One City was in an uproar. Not long after, the news spread, and the entire Greater One sect was shaken. No matter what the truth was, the death of two inner sect elders was a great loss for Greater One sect. Now, the number of inner sect elders who had died in Greater One sect was 9. If one more died, it would break the double digits. 9 of our Greater One sect's inner sect elders have died, and one of our Elder Earth Nether has died. On the other hand, although the Qianlong clan has lost 2 White Dragon elders, only 5 inner sect elders have died. Originally, our Greater One sect had the advantage. But now, it seems that the Qianlong clan has taken back the advantage. Damn it. If we go to Peace City now, we won't be able to make fun of the Qianlong clan. In the God King battle between the Greater One sect and the Qianlong clan, both sides were evenly matched. Even if one side lost tragically, it was still a reversal of fortune. Now, more people were paying attention to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. As for the higher-level Quasi-Emperor battlefield, although several great battles had broken out, no one had died, only some people were injured. In fact, the most intense battles between sovereigns were between godly kings and godly emperors. On the contrary, there were very few casualties in the Quasi-Emperors' battlefields. This was because the Quasi-Emperors' battlefields were all high-level godly emperors. Even if they couldn't defeat their opponents, they still had a chance to escape. The death of 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect within a quarter of an hour was bad news for the Greater One sect. But to the Qianlong clan, this was good news. Haha, this is great. How satisfying. I don't know which elder of our Qianlong clan killed the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Killing 2 Greater One sect inner sect elders in a row. If the one who did it was an inner sect elder of our Qianlong clan, I'm afraid it's more than one person, right? It could also be Elder Bai Long. I heard that the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect have always been on bad terms, and may have fought on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Now, on the Greater One sect side, many people are saying that it was an elder of our Qianlong clan who took advantage of the internal battle when both sides were injured. Even if it was an advantage, the one who died was someone from the Greater One sect. In Sky Dragon City, there was a festive atmosphere. In Peace City, the group of people of the Greater One sect, who were originally arrogant, were no longer as arrogant as before, because the Greater One sect had not gained any advantage on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. It's Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise, breaking the silence in Peace City. A purple figure was coming from the direction of Sky Dragon City. After arriving in Peace City, he headed straight to the place where he could exchange battle merits. He's going to exchange battle merits. Isn't he not allowed to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? I heard that he entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Didn't he just break through to the Divine Emperor realm? Could it be that he gained something in the 2 months he spent on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? Under the questioning gaze of many people of the Greater One sect, Duan Lingtian, who had just come out of the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, once again came to the place where he could exchange battle merits. The last time he came, he took out 100 identity badges of the Greater One sect's Divine Emperors and exchanged them for less than 1,000 battle merits. Back then on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, I killed 100 people and spent a lot of effort to get less than 1,000 battle merits. This time, I didn't do much, only killed 2 people, but I got 4,000 battle merits. Duan Lingtian completely turned a blind eye to the gazes that swept over him, as well as the people of the Qianlong clan and the Greater One sect who were following him all the way. He was deep in thought. After killing Fang Yiming on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, Duan Lingtian went all the way back and did not go any further. He intended to leave the battlefield of the Divine Emperors for the time being. 4,000 battle merits were enough for him to exchange for something useful for his cultivation. Next, he was going to cultivate for a period of time, and when his strength had further improved, he would enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Of course, before he was ready to come out, he also thought that he might encounter the Divine Emperors of the Greater One sect on the way back, but it turned out that imagination was beautiful, and reality was cruel. Until he came out, he had not encountered a single Divine Emperor disciple of the Greater One sect. But he did encounter 2 Divine Emperor disciples of the Qianlong clan. This Duan Lingtian, has he really broken through to the Divine Emperor realm? Duan Lingtian walked into the main hall where he could exchange battle merits. Whether it was the people inside or outside the hall, they all looked at him with a questioning look. If he didn't break through, how could he enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? Many people of the Qianlong clan have witnessed him enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Let's see if he came here again. Did he not have time to exchange for battle merits, or did he gain something from the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? Our Greater One sect, in the past 2 months, has not lost a Divine Emperor disciple. Perhaps, he came to hand in the harvest that he did not have time to hand in. Under the gaze of a group of people, Duan Lingtian came to the counter where the Divine Emperors could exchange battle merits. Unlike the counter where the Divine Kings could exchange battle merits, there were many people in line, but there was no one in line in front of the counter where the Divine Emperors could exchange battle merits, so Duan Lingtian could directly deal with it as soon as he arrived. Is it the identity badge of the Greater One sect's Divine King disciple that he did not have time to hand in the past? Behind the counter, a white-haired old man from the several top Divine Emperor forces of Tunglung province narrowed his eyes at Duan Lingtian and asked, "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head, took out 2 identity badges from the storage ring, and handed them to the old man, at the same time saying indifferently, 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the old man's pupils shrank sharply. And the people in the hall, who were still noisy, also at this moment, as if someone had grabbed their throat, lost their voice. There were many people in the hall, but at this moment it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. A moment later, someone came back to his senses. Did I hear wrong? Duan Lingtian said that the identity badges in his hand belonged to the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. In the past 2 months, the Greater One sect has indeed lost 2 inner sect elders. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Elder Wang Liuan and Elder Fang Yiming are both middle Divine Emperors. It is impossible for them to die in the hands of Duan Lingtian. Impossible. Duan Lingtian must be deliberately mystifying things. Inside the hall, the people of the Qianlong clan were shocked, and the people of the Greater One sect did not believe it. It was not until the old man behind the counter took the 2 identity badges and sighed that they came back to their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. These are indeed the identity badges of the inner sect elders of the Qianlong clan, Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. I didn't expect that the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect who had recently fallen were killed by you. These were the old man's words. The 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect are both middle Divine Emperors. Duan Lingtian, you can get 4,000 battle merits. As the old man spoke, he gave Duan Lingtian the battle merits. Thank you, Elder. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, the old man's voice transmission entered his ears. Duan Lingtian, you can consider joining our clan. Our clan is one of the top clans in the Tunglung province. If you join us, we will give you the treatment of a direct descendant. Almost at the same time, several voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears one after another from the other counters. People from several top divine emperor forces in the Tunglung province could not help but extend an olive branch to Duan Lingtian, as if they had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian had rejected them in the past. Duan Lingtian, don't be in a hurry to reject. I know that you may want to wait until the end of the emperor battle before choosing a stronger force to join. Our clan welcomes you at any time. Duan Lingtian, the clan behind me can wait for you to complete your training in the emperor battle plane. Duan Lingtian tactfully declined the invitations from several top forces. In the end, when the crowd subconsciously made way for him, he left the main hall. At the same time, there was an uproar in the main hall. Those two inner sect elders of Greater One sect really died at the hands of Duan Lingtian? Heavens! How did Duan Lingtian do it? Didn't he just break through to the divine emperor realm? Let's go. Let's ask him. Many people followed Duan Lingtian out of the main hall, and those who did not follow him hurriedly began to send messages back to their respective sects. For a time, Sky Dragon City and Greater One City were in an uproar. Some time ago, the two inner sect elders of Greater One sect who were suspected to have died at the hands of a divine emperor of the Tianlong clan had actually died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian was wantonly exchanging his battle merits for various things that he urgently needed in Peace City. The main thing was that he needed rare medicinal ingredients to refine divine pills. During this process, many people asked him, Duan Lingtian, you just broke through to the divine emperor realm, so how did you kill those two inner sect elders of Greater One sect? They were both middle divine emperors. Chapter 3881. As someone asked this question to Duan Lingtian, numerous curious gazes also fell on Duan Lingtian. Everyone was curious. How did Duan Lingtian, a person who had just broken through to the divine emperor realm, kill two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect? It should be said that the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect were all middle-level divine emperors. Although Duan Lingtian was recognized as a monstrous genius, but the profound meaning of the laws that he had comprehended was at most on par with the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Given the difference in cultivation level, it was already shocking that he was able to fight to a draw with the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Not to mention killing the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Moreover, it was two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Looking at Duan Lingtian's current appearance, he doesn't seem to be injured. How did he do it? In addition to curiosity, there was only curiosity in the eyes. But facing the curious gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. If I told you that I was lucky to kill the two people of the Greater One sect, would you believe me? Lucky? How is it lucky? More and more people opened their mouths, asking all at once. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he said bluntly, I have been in the Divine Emperor battlefield for 2 months, but I have not encountered a single Divine Emperor of the Greater One sect. And at this time, on an ice field, I witnessed 2 people fighting, and it was a battle of life and death. Most importantly, the 2 people fighting were not people of our Tianlong clan. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, many people's pupils shrank sharply. Duan Lingtian. There were even people of the Greater One sect who could not help but ask, Duan Lingtian, you mean, the 2 inner sect elders of our Greater One sect were fighting on the Divine Emperor battlefield? Now, the matter of the discord between the Greater One sect inner sect elder Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming was not a secret not only in the Greater One sect, but also in the Tianlong clan. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When the 2 of them fought, every move they made was a killing move. While they were fighting, I heard their conversation. It should be because of Fang Yiming's master that the 2 of them started a feud and would not rest until one of them was dead. They're fighting, and they're all stronger than me. Naturally, I can't expose myself. Once I do, they'll definitely kill me. So, I waited. After waiting for a few days, they finally reached the end of their lives. When they were both heavily injured and on the brink of death, I appeared and killed them. Well, it didn't take much effort. Speaking of this, Duan Lingtian, as though he did not see the lifeless eyes of the crowd, continued, speaking of which, I really have to thank the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect for their infighting, otherwise it would have been impossible for me, Duan Lingtian, to have such a great harvest the first time I entered the Divine Emperor battlefield. After killing them and taking their identity badges, I didn't continue to stay there. I just wanted to go in and join in the fun. With such a great harvest, it would be very dangerous to continue to stay there. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he disregarded the dumbstruck crowd and directly left with large strides. This time, there was no one chasing after him. And when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared at the end of the road, the group of people came back to their senses. Heavens! I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Duan Lingtian's luck is too good, isn't it? He unexpectedly encountered an infighting between 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect, and finally, with the advantage of being the Oriole behind, the weak defeated the strong and killed the 2. Isn't it a little too easy for him to get his 4,000 battle merits? It really makes people envious. If I could encounter an infighting between the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect on the Divine Emperor battlefield, that would be great. Now, the people who were discussing animatedly were basically the disciples of the Qianlong clan. As for the disciples of the Greater One sect, they were all dispersing with an ugly look on their faces. However, although they did not say anything at the scene, but secretly, they angrily spread the news back to Greater One City. Between their words, there was no lack of curses directed at Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. For a time, Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming, the 2 inner sect elders who had already died, seemed to have become the sinners of the Greater One sect, spurned by everyone. What? Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming died in the hands of Duan Lingtian? That Duan Lingtian who killed hundreds of disciples of our Greater One sect on the Divine King battlefield a few years ago? He has just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. How could he kill 2 inner sect elders? The 2 inner sect elders were fighting for a few days, and after both sides were injured and exhausted, he took advantage of them. When Duan Lingtian said this, I was also present. Duan Lingtian seemed to also say that when the 2 inner sect elders were fighting, they seemed to mention that the hatred between the 2 inner sect elders originated from the master of Elder Fang Yiming. Greater One City was in an uproar, completely in an uproar. The 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect that had recently fallen were not openly killed in the hands of the people of the Sky Dragon sect, but instead killed each other and were taken advantage of by others. Shameful. Too shameful. Now, the Qianlong clan is most likely laughing at our Greater One sect, right? I really don't know what they are thinking. The Emperor battle plane is the stage for our Greater One sect and the Qianlong clan to fight. Why would they fight among themselves? If they really wanted to fight among themselves, they could just sign a life and death contract and kill each other in the sect. Now, in the Deity Emperor battlefield, they were taken advantage of, and they all died. What a joke. These 2 people are simply throwing away the face of our Greater One sect. For the time being, Duan Lingtian did not know that his words had caused a series of chain reactions. Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming had become the sinners of the Greater One sect. Even their family and friends could no longer raise their heads. Duan Lingtian only knew of this matter a month later, when Xue Haichuan personally told him. Junior brother Duan, this time you not only took advantage of them. If the 2 people you took advantage of came back to life and learned about the current situation of their family and friends, they would most likely vomit blood from regret. I really don't know what they're thinking. How could they fight on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and even fight to the point where both sides are exhausted? Didn't they think that our Sky Dragon sect would pass by and take advantage of them? Xue Haichuan repeatedly shook his head. Hearing Xue Haichuan's words, Duan Lingtian inevitably felt a little guilty. At that time, although the 2 people of the Greater One sect were killing each other, they were still holding back, especially Wang Liuan, who obviously did not want to be entangled with Fang Yiming. If he was not there, or did not show up, Wang Liuan most likely would have left Fang Yiming behind and would not have fought with Fang Yiming to the point of being injured. If you want to blame someone in the underworld, then blame your Greater One sect disciples. If it weren't for them suspecting that you killed each other and our Sky Dragon sect took advantage of it, I wouldn't have said that. A month ago, Before leaving the Divine Emperor battlefield and going to Sky Dragon City, Duan Lingtian did not intend to say that it was because Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming killed each other that he took advantage of them. The reason why he said that was because the disciples of the Greater One sect gave him the inspiration. On the way to Sky Dragon City, he heard a lot of people mention that Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming were not on good terms, so when asked later, he took the opportunity to say that. He also believed that that was the answer that the Greater One sect was more willing to accept. If he said that Duan Lingtian, with his own strength, killed 2 people at their peak, not to mention that the Greater One sect would not believe it, the Greater One sect would not be willing to accept such an answer. An inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, who had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, killed 2 middle Divine Emperor elders of the Greater One sect? If this were to spread out, the Greater One sect would become a laughingstock. Of course, if Duan Lingtian did not say anything, even if the people of the Greater One sect speculated, it would not have any impact on the family and friends of Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. However, after Duan Lingtian personally confirmed that Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming were guilty, even if the Greater One sect would not be implicated and punish their family and friends, the other people of the Greater One sect would not let their family and friends have an easy time. Little Tian. Suddenly, as though thinking of something, Xue Haichuan looked at Duan Lingtian. I heard that a month ago, after you exchanged for 4,000 battle merits, you used up all of them. Do you have a lot of things that you need? Those things in Heping City? Xue Haichuan asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There are a lot of things that I need recently. After I have used up all the things I exchanged recently, after a period of closed-door cultivation, I will enter the Divine Emperor battlefield again to earn battle merits. I will try to buy all the things I want as soon as possible. In this regard, Duan Lingtian did not intend to hide it. Moreover, the things he bought in the future would certainly be known, so there was no point in hiding it now. How many more battle merits do you need? Xue Haichuan asked. Duan Lingtian did not think about anything else. When he heard Xue Haichuan's question, he said bluntly, I still need more than 14,000 battle merits. Next time, I will kill a few more Greater One sect inner elders and I will have enough. If I'm lucky, I can get 3 times the battle merits by killing an Earth Nether elder of the Greater One sect. Although a mid-level Divine Emperor was worth 2,000 battle merits in the Divine Emperor battlefield, Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan and the Earth Nether elder of the Greater One sect were outstanding mid-level Divine Emperors. Killing either of them would give 3 times the battle merits. In other words, killing an Greater One sect inner elder was worth 2,000 battle merits. Killing an Earth Nether elder of the Greater One sect would give 3 times the battle merits of 2,000 battle merits, which was 6,000 battle merit. Kill an Earth Nether elder of the Greater One sect. Xue Haichuan shook his head. Little Tian, don't be arrogant just because you killed 2 Greater One sect inner elders by luck. With your current strength, I'm afraid you are not a match for an inner elder of the Greater One sect at his peak. And the Earth Nether elder of the Greater One sect, under normal circumstances, can fight to a draw with 3 ordinary Greater One sect inner elders. Chapter 3882. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly in the face of Xue Haichuan's advice. I was just joking. I know how lucky I was this time. If he encountered the Elder Earth Nether from the Greater One sect, he would not be able to kill him if he used his trump card. However, it would not be easy for him to kill the Elder Earth Nether. Under such circumstances, he hoped he would not encounter the Elder Earth Nether. Otherwise, he would either have to wait for his death or reveal his trump card. And the consequences of exposing his trump card could very well bring him a life and death crisis. Although he could say the Elder Earth Nether was making it up and deliberately slandering him. After all, the Elder Earth Nether would not be able to make a Heart Demon blood oath after leaving the Emperor Battle Realm. This was because when he revealed his trump card to the Elder Earth Nether, it would be in the Emperor Battle Realm and not in the Mystic Astral Land. At that time, he could even make a Heart Demon blood oath in front of everyone that he did not reveal his trump card in the Emperor Battle Realm. Although the battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm was also enveloped by a formation set up by a Supreme Expert, it was completely separate from the Supreme Expert. Unless the Supreme Expert had left his divine consciousness on the formation, it would be impossible for him to know what was going on in the Emperor Battle Realm. Duan Lingtian would believe it if one said the divine consciousness of a supreme powerhouse from the revered battle realm or the supreme battlefield realm was embedded in the formation. However, the supreme expert in the Emperor Battle Realm would not be interested in joining in the fun. Of course, this was only Duan Lingtian's guess. He was not 100% sure. For this reason, he did not want to reveal his trump card in front of the Elder Earth Nether from the Greater One sect. In fact, he did not even want to encounter the Elder Earth Nether in the Emperor Battle Realm. The reason why he entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm was because he had just broken through to the Godly Emperor Realm. His confidence was inflated, and he wanted to experience a real battle between godly emperors. Another reason was that he had accumulated some things that he could exchange for in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City. For example, the herbs he needed to refine divine pills. In the past, he had obtained many good items from the Divine Emperor Qin Wu's divine estate. Most of them were useful to divine emperors. However, only a portion of those things were what he currently needed. Some things were better for medium-level godly emperors, or even high-level godly emperors. Because of these two reasons, he went to the Emperor Battle Plane. It wasn't until he thought about the possibility of encountering the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder on the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plane that he felt some lingering fear. He had to admit that from the very beginning, he had thought that he would get lucky. On the other hand, he was also thinking that if he used the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword normally, together with the Sword Dao and the Dao of Control, he might not be able to kill the Greater One Sect's Elder Earth Nether. But what if the Sword Soul of the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, Huang appeared? Huang strength increased along with his cultivation. Even now, he might not be much inferior to him. In short, there was a certain amount of hope. Of course, there was also the element of gambling. I was lucky this time. Next time, try not to take such a risk. Even if I were to be exposed, no one might suspect me and attack me, but I still have to be on guard. It's the same reason why I don't dare to reveal that I can refine the limit of the Emperor-grade divine pills. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Little Tian. Xue Haichuan did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. When he heard Duan Lingtian saying that he was in need of battle merits, he pondered for a moment before he said, I obtained 8,000 battle merits in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, but I only used a few hundred points. I still have 7,000 left. If you're in need of battle merits, I'll lend you 7,000 points. That's half of the 14,000 points you want. It should be enough to solve your problem. Xue Haichuan said. As soon as Xue Haichuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately shook his head. Brother Haichuan, I'll earn the battle merits myself. You should keep the battle merits for yourself. Xue Haichuan also shook his head. Didn't I tell you that I don't need the battle merits for the time being? Moreover, I'm lending them to you, not giving them to you. You'll have to return what I lend you. What? Are you going to go back on your word? Moreover, if I don't lend you the battle merits, who knows when you'll run to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors again on a whim? You're lucky this time, but you may not be next time. As he spoke, Xue Haichuan's expression became much more solemn, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. A warm current rose in Duan Lingtian's heart, but he still decided to decline Xue Haichuan's kindness. However, Xue Haichuan's persistence was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectation. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not resist and borrowed 6,000 battle merits from Xue Haichuan. Battle merits could be transferred between people of the same sect through their identity badges. When Duan Lingtian was still a divine king, his battle merits were on his identity badge of the Qianlong clan. Normally speaking, he could transfer the battle merits on that identity badge to the identity badge of the divine emperors of the Qianlong clan that he obtained later. But he did not do that. Firstly, it was too troublesome. Secondly, there were not many battle merits in the identity badge of the Qianlong clan. There were only a few points, so he felt that there was no need to transfer it. Even if he did, he might not be able to use those few points. Take the battle merits and exchange them for some things that you've accumulated. As for the rest, wait until your strength has improved further before you enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. After transferring the battle merits to Duan Lingtian, Xue Haichuan smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, "Next time, when you want to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, let me know and I'll go with you. I think, the next time you enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, you should already have strength that is not weaker than the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect." As Xue Haichuan spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian and could not help sighing. "I still remember the first time I saw you, not long ago. At that time, you were only a divine king, and not even a high divine king. Now, I'm still a middle divine emperor, a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. But you already have strength that is close to a middle divine emperor." Faced with Xue Haichuan's sigh, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "Yes. Perhaps, it won't be long before I can catch up with you, brother Xue Haichuan. At that time, I'll also become a white dragon elder." "You're asking for a beating now." Xue Haichuan shook his head helplessly. Then, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Little Tian, last time when you were ambushed by Kuang Tianjing, it was on purpose, right?" Xue Haichuan had come out from the Emperor Battle Realm a month ago. As soon as he came out, he heard that Duan Lingtian had been ambushed by Kuang Tianjing. At that time, he was worried for Duan Lingtian. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would seek refuge with Sai Kong, and that Kuang Tianjing would find an opportunity to kill him. However, after thinking about it, he felt that Duan Lingtian was not an impulsive person. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor, so he guessed that Duan Lingtian might have deliberately tricked Kuang Tianjing. "Of course it was on purpose." Duan Lingtian nodded. "If I hadn't broken through to the divine emperor realm and gained some confidence in my strength, I wouldn't have dared to leave Sai Kong's place so easily. However, things went well. Kuang Tianjing is finished." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Kuang Tianjing had almost killed him back in the Linghu clan. If it wasn't for Linghu Renjie activating the Linghu clan's clan-protecting Grand Array, Kuang Tianjing would have died back then. If he had the chance, he would not let this mortal enemy live for even a moment. "I told you, you're not an impulsive person." Xue Haichuan nodded with a smile. "This time, you managed to kill Kuang Tianjing and got rid of a big problem." However, suddenly, Xue Haichuan's expression turned serious. "You mustn't be careless because of this. This time, the sect made the decision to kill Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples. It can be considered as helping you eliminate the source of trouble. However, there's still one person who hasn't been executed. I'm sure you know who that person is even if I don't tell you." Xue Haichuan solemnly said. "The reason he didn't die is because his father-in-law is vice-sect master Xue Mingji. This time, Kuang Tianjing risked his life to kill you in the sect. He definitely didn't do it willingly. Our Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demon sect have been fighting for many years. I understand this Kuang Tianjing very well. Although he isn't someone who fears death, he absolutely won't treat his own life as a joke. And the 10,000 Demon sect isn't enough to force him to risk his life to kill you in the sect. There's only one person who can force him to take action. Xue Mingji." As Xue Haichuan said this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. In truth, he hadn't thought too deeply about this before. Even if Kuang Tianjing risked his life to kill him, he would only think that Kuang Tianjing wanted to kill him. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to grow. After all, if he grew, it was very likely that he would kill Kuang Tianjing and Kuang Tianjing's family and friend. But now, listening to Xue Haichuan's words, it was impossible for Kuang Tianjing to willingly kill him in the sect. "I don't know much about this vice-sect master Xue Mingji, but I've heard of some of his deeds when he was young. This person's talent and perception aren't at the top, but he's a very scheming person. This time, Kuang Tianjing died for nothing. He absolutely won't let this go. Even if you're in the sect, you must pay attention to your safety," Xue Haichuan said. Although Duan Lingtian nodded on the surface, in his heart, he felt that even if Xue Mingji wanted to target him, he probably wouldn't be able to find a suitable person in a short time. He could force Kuang Tianjing to kill him because he and Kuang Tianjing were mortal enemies. Kuang Tianjing also knew this, so Kuang Tianjing was willing to give up his life. But who else would be willing to give up their lives so easily? Not to mention others, Just take the 2 white dragon elders of the Thousand Demon sect as an example. Neither of them would risk their lives to attack him in the sect. This was because he didn't have any deep hatred for those 2 people. End of chapter. Chapter 3883. Everyone in Tunglung province knew that the Qianlong clan and Taiyi sect had started the War of the Emperors. Of course, those who did not know were either too weak or had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Once the War of the Emperors began, countless god-kings and god-emperors died. This was a great burden for the Qianlong clan and Taiyi sect. Under such circumstances, the 2 sects began to recruit god-king and god-emperor disciples. Their purpose was to let them participate in the War of the Emperors and share the burden of their sects. In fact, joining the Qianlong clan and Taiyi sect at this time was a very dangerous thing to do. It could be described as 9 out of 10 chances of survival. Because of this, there were far fewer people who were willing to join the Qianlong clan and Taiyi sect at this time. Of course, it was only fewer than other times, but not none. Some people, who had been living a peaceful life for too long, found it difficult to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. Coupled with the recent 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, in order to seek a breakthrough, would choose to join the Qianlong clan and Taiyi sect at this time and devote themselves to the War of the Emperors. For some god-emperors of the Qianlong clan and Taiyi sect, the War of the Emperors was a very good opportunity to become a god-emperor. And for many god-kings and god-emperors, was it not a very good opportunity to make a breakthrough? Some people's talent and comprehension were worse. Even if they had cultivation methods, they would encounter an extremely difficult bottleneck to surmount. And at this time, if they were faced with a life-and-death crisis, it was very likely that they would be able to smoothly make a breakthrough on the line between life and death, profiting from a disaster. There were many similar examples. Many people, for this reason, even entered dangerous places where there was a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, fought powerful monsters, and even left behind by psychologically twisted experts. They either died or made a breakthrough. And compared to those dangerous places, although the War of the Emperors between the Qianlong clan and Taiyi sect had the same effect, it was not as dangerous. In addition, in the Qianlong clan and Taiyi sect, if you died in the War of the Emperors, you would be treated as a martyr, and your family would be taken care of by the sect. If you didn't die, you could use your battle merits to exchange for some treasures you wanted. In comparison, god-kings and god-emperors who wanted to make a breakthrough in the War of the Emperors would be more willing to join the Qianlong clan or Taiyi sect at this time. Because of the critical situation in the War of the Emperors, the disciples of the 2 sects had been fighting inside, without rest. Therefore, at this time, the Qianlong clan and Taiyi sect had simplified the War of the Gods. Since the start of the War of the Emperors, the Heavenly Dragon sect had set up a place to register disciples outside of the sect's encampment, in the void beyond the 9 mountain ranges. There was a small floating island with some tables and chairs on it. The Sky Dragon sect's elder, who was in charge of recruiting disciples, was sitting on top of it. 3 elders, the elders, and 3 Taiyi sect elders were the elders. In fact, these elders' duties were not only to recruit disciples for the Heavenly Dragon sect, they were also in charge of patrolling the surrounding area. And part-time recruitment. Because there weren't many people coming to join the Qianlong clan at this time, there weren't many sect elders left. There was also a White Dragon elder and 7 inner sect elders patrolling the area. Take this identity token and go in directly. Someone will receive you. A young man in blue received an identity token from an inner elder of the Sky Dragon sect. When he heard the elder's words, he couldn't help but glance at the Sky Dragon sect's camp. Elder, I can go in directly? I heard that the Qianlong clan's sect guarding array is very powerful. Once the killing array is activated, even god emperors will die. The young man in blue said with fear. I'm just a high-level god king. Won't I be killed if I go in rashly? Upon hearing his words, Elder Bai Long and the other 2 inner sect elders couldn't help but laugh. The face of the inner sect elder who gave him the token darkened as he said, Kid, what do you think the identity token I gave you is for? If you go in with this identity token, you won't be targeted by the sect guarding array. Someone will take you to the Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds because you have this identity token. So that's how it is. The young man in blue understood. Elder, what is the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds? With my cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to become an inner sect disciple, right? Shouldn't I be going to your sect's inner sect disciples training grounds? If you want to go to the inner sect cultivation grounds, you'll have to come out of the Emperor Battle realm alive. The inner sect elder said faintly, once the war is over, as long as you are willing to stay in the Heavenly Dragon sect, we will treat you like any other disciple and arrange a place for you. Now that you've joined the Tianlong clan, you can only go to the Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds. This is to prevent people with ulterior motives from coming to the Tianlong clan and causing trouble. The Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds was an area specially designated by the Tianlong clan after the Emperor Battle began. It was for the godly monarch and divine sovereign disciples who joined the Tianlong clan during the Emperor Battle to stay and cultivate. That area was close to the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle realm was located. It was only a mountain away. The godly monarch and divine sovereign disciples could only move around that area and the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle realm was located. They were not allowed to go anywhere else. If they were found to have gone somewhere else, they would be executed. There was a golden dragon elder personally overseeing the area. I see. The young man in blue was enlightened when he heard this. He smiled and said, the Tianlong clan is indeed a good clan. They're so considerate. This will stop those who want to take advantage of us. Take advantage of us? The inner sect elder sneered. If anyone dares to take advantage of us at this time, the same time next year will be the anniversary of their death. All right, you can go now. Remember, don't keep the identity token in your spatial ring. It's best if you keep it in your hand. Of course, if you think it's too cumbersome, you can hang it on your waist. The young man in blue did not stay any longer under the inner sect elder's urging. He flew directly to the Tianlong temple. Shortly after he entered the Tianlong temple, an inner sect deacon came forward and led him to the Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds near the entrance to the Tianlong temple's cultivation grounds. Emperor Battle realm, I've heard so much about you. I hope you won't disappoint me. If I can break through and become a divine emperor before the Emperor Battle ends, I'll be the first divine emperor under the age of 10,000 in the history of the clan. The young man in blue was filled with anticipation as he followed the inner sect deacon of the Tianlong clan to the Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds. That kid sure is a chatterbox. It's so quiet now that he's gone. Another inner sect elder shook his head with a smile on his face. That's right. He's the only one who has come to join the sect in the past 2 days. Elder Bai Long nodded in agreement. As soon as White Dragon Elder nodded, the old man with the Black Dragon Elder's identity token on his waist suddenly stood up. Achem! Sensing the Black Dragon Elder's actions, the White Dragon Elder and the remaining inner sect elders all stood up one after another. In the next moment, while the 3 inner sect elders were at a loss, Elder Bai Long seemed to have noticed something as well. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the distant horizon. As for Elder Black Dragon, he had already looked in that direction. Someone's there. The 3 inner sect elders looked into the distance, but they did not see anything. It was only when the clouds in the distance stirred that their eyes narrowed slightly. It's only now that we've noticed it. Is it a divine emperor? Even if it's a lesser divine emperor, we should have noticed it long ago. Could it be that it's not a lesser divine emperor? While the 3 inner sect elders were whispering to each other, Elder Bai Long said, it's a medium divine emperor. A medium divine emperor? Elder Bai Long looked solemn when he heard Elder Bai Long's words. The 3 inner sect elders' eyes lit up. A medium divine emperor is going to join the sect at this time? That's good news. Since the start of the War of the Emperors until now, there have only been 5 lower divine emperors. This is the first medium divine emperor. As the 3 inner sect elders' eyes lit up, a figure flew over from afar and landed on the floating island in the blink of an eye. It was a tall and sturdy young man. He wore a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. He carried a divine weapon on his back. Judging from the aura it gave off, it was obviously a superior divine sword. After the black-robed young man landed, he looked at Elder Bai Long and said calmly, I want to join the Tianlong clan and participate in the War of the Emperors. Welcome. Elder Bai Long stared at the black-robed young man for a while, then a smile appeared on his skinny face. At the same time, he personally helped him with the formalities. A medium divine emperor, even if he had bad intentions, couldn't cause any trouble in the Qianlong clan. Besides, these people were usually isolated in the War of the Emperors. They couldn't do anything except help the Qianlong clan in the War of the Emperors. Moreover, if they dared to cause trouble in the War of the Gods, they were doomed to die. The black-robed young man was a man of few words. Even when Elder Bai Long asked for his name, he only replied coldly, Yang Zhe. After the black-robed young man entered the Sky Dragon sect's encampment with his identity token, the White Dragon Elder, who was standing not far from the Black Dragon Elder, shook his head as he watched the black-robed young man leave. How reclusive. However, judging from his aura, he's still some distance away from becoming a superior divine emperor. He shouldn't be here to break through. As Elder White Dragon spoke, he looked puzzled. Elder Bai Long said indifferently, everyone has their own ambitions. Those lower divine emperors who came before didn't all come to break through to the medium divine emperor realm. Chapter 3884. Although the Qianlong clan was wantonly recruiting, they weren't brainless. After all, everyone was worried that someone would come in and cause trouble. When the first few low-level god emperors joined the Qianlong clan would send an inner sect elder to lead them to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. One by one. The purpose was to prevent them from causing trouble on the way to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. As for the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect, the Golden Dragon Elder would be there. If anyone dared to cause trouble, the Golden Dragon Elder would be the first to notice. And now, a mid-level god emperor named Yang Zhe had just entered the Qianlong temple with his identity token when a White Dragon Elder appeared and led him to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. What a coincidence. And now, the one who had received the order to lead Yang Zhe was none other than Dongfang Yannian. Dongfang Yannian had just returned from outside 2 days ago. As soon as he returned, he wanted to find Xue Haichuan and Duan Lingtian and hear them talk about the big things they had done recently. Although Dongfang Yannian had been outside for the past year, he had heard a lot about the things that had happened in the sect. For example, Xue Haichuan had entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm and killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. He had become the first person in the Qianlong clan to kill an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect since the start of the Emperor Battle Realm. He was also the only one who had killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. Another example was that Duan Lingtian had been ambushed by the inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng. At that time, Duan Lingtian had been alone. Kuang Tianzheng had attacked 3 times but still failed. And the reason for this was that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a god emperor. Although he was only a low-level god emperor, it was said that his strength was comparable to a mid-level god emperor. I only went out for a trip and such a big thing happened in the sect. Little Tian became a god emperor, and Xue Haichuan killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect the first time he entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm. When Dongfang Yannian returned to the sect, he wanted to find Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan and hear them tell him the details. And before he returned to the sect, he sent a message to confirm that they were both in the sect and had not entered Emperor Battle Realm. However, before he returned to the sect, he received another piece of news from somewhere else. The first time Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor Battle Realm, he had killed 2 inner sect elders from the Taiyi sect. Moreover, the 2 inner sect elders had killed each other, causing both of them to be severely injured. Duan Lingtian had become the Oriole. Why, Dongfang Yannian? Thinking about how he had only killed a lower god emperor from the Supreme Yi sect when he entered the battlefield of the god emperors in the Emperor Battle Plane, he couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice. Why was his luck so bad? Moreover, that lower god emperor of the Greater One sect had been with him and his wife. His wife was too lazy to fight and gave him the opportunity. Hello, I am Elder White Dragon of the Qianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian. When Dongfang Yannian returned to the sect, he received a message from his superior, the Black Dragon Elder, telling him to bring a person to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. The reason he was sent was because the Black Dragon Elder had not stopped communicating with him when he received a message from the Black Dragon Elder outside who was in charge of recruiting people. So, he directly arranged for Dongfang Yannian, who was still communicating with him and had already returned to the Qianlong clan. Faced with Dongfang Yannian's friendly greeting, the black-robed, cold-looking young man indifferently swept his gaze over Dongfang Yannian's waist. When he saw the lifelike white dragon, his pupils shrank, but they soon relaxed. In the next moment, he said indifferently, "Yang Zhe. I'll bring you to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Sect. Follow me." Dongfang Yannian did not mind the other party's indifference. As a mid-god emperor, it was normal for him to be somewhat arrogant. Moreover, from the other party's attitude, it was clear that he was not arrogant. Instead, he was used to it. The young man did not respond. However, when Dongfang Yannian started moving, he followed closely behind him. On the way, Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile, "Brother Yang Zhe, I feel that you are still quite a distance away from becoming a high god emperor. Did you join the Qianlong clan and enter the emperor battle plane to train yourself?" Yang Zhe did not respond to Dongfang Yannian's question at first. Just as Dongfang Yannian frowned slightly, feeling that this mid-god emperor was too arrogant, the other party unhurriedly replied with the same indifferent tone, "To kill the people of the Greater One Sect." "Brother, you have enmity with the Greater One Sect?" Dongfang Yannian's eyes lit up. In the beginning, he was still worried about this middle-level god emperor. Since this middle-level god emperor wasn't here to break through his bottleneck, then he might not necessarily fight to the death with the Supreme Yi sect. However, now that he heard that the other party had enmity with the Greater One Sect, he was immediately overjoyed. Although Dongfang Yannian was only a white dragon elder of the Qianlong clan, he felt a sense of belonging to the Qianlong clan. From the bottom of his heart, he hoped that the Qianlong clan would become better and better. He was prepared to do his best in this emperor battle. If he could kill as many divine emperors of the Greater One Sect as possible, he would kill as many as he could to share the pressure of the other divine emperors. Yes. Yang Zhe nodded. It was precisely because he knew that Yang Zhe had enmity with the Greater One Sect that Dongfang Yannian did not have any prejudice against him, even though Yang Zhe did not like to talk much and did not answer any of his questions. "Elder Blue, I've just returned and you're already telling me to go pick someone up. Aren't you being too disrespectful?" There was a black dragon elder overseeing the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Sect. As for the golden dragon elder overseeing this place, he was also overseeing the entrance to the Emperor Battle Plane. The black dragon elder on duty right now was the black dragon elder above Dongfang Yannian, Blue Feather Mountain. He was also the host of the Hidden Dragon competition when Duan Lingtian had joined the Qianlong clan. At the same time, he was also the person in charge of the recruitment of the Qianlong clan. "Isn't it because I just happened to be contacting you, and you just happened to return to the sect, so I wanted you to come along?" Blue Feather Mountain shook his head and smiled. "Kid, you can only blame yourself for returning at the perfect time." Hearing that, Dongfang Yannian could not help but roll his eyes. Afterwards, he glanced behind him and said, "Elder Blue, I've brought him here. I'll be leaving first." With that, before Blue Feather Mountain could reply, Dongfang Yannian looked at the black-robed young man and smiled. "Yang Zhe, I hope to hear the news of you killing the people of the Greater One Sect on the battlefield of God Kings soon." Under Yang Zhe's indifferent gaze and nod, Dongfang Yannian left with a flash. After leaving the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Sect, Dongfang Yannian directly went to Shui Haichuan's residence. Duan Lingtian was there as well. There, he could directly see the two people he wanted to see the most. Of course, during this process, Dongfang Yannian did not forget to send a message to his wife. "Millimeter. I've returned to the sect. There's something I need to talk to Little Tian and Shui Haichuan about." Dongfang Yannian emphasized the two words Little Tian. Indeed, his wife, Ouyang Xueli, replied very straightforwardly, "Got it. Millimeter, don't bully Little Tian. Don't forget how my veins of heaven recovered in such a short period of time." Hearing his wife's words, Dongfang Yannian was about to cry. Although it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian's Supreme God Pill, he had also exchanged for it with contribution points. Of course, Dongfang Yannian did not dare to say that to his wife. When Dongfang Yannian arrived, Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan were already waiting for him in the residence's front courtyard. Before Dongfang Yannian arrived, he had already sent them a message. What? You've already reported to sister-in-law after returning? Seeing Dongfang Yannian, Shui Haichuan said with a mocking smile. Millimeter? Duan Lingtian was startled. Then, he looked at Dongfang Yannian in surprise. He truly could not tell that his big brother Yannian was a henpecked person. Little Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. Dongfang Yannian spat at Shui Haichuan. Then, he smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, my position in our family is high and mighty. If I say one, your sister-in-law wouldn't dare to say two. Although Dongfang Yannian was explaining himself, Duan Lingtian's current gaze clearly showed that he did not believe him. Seeing this, although Dongfang Yannian felt guilty, he still had an arrogant expression on his face. Originally, I had just returned and was going to bring you all here. However, as soon as I arrived, I was called by an elder of Blue Feather Mountain to do something. Shui Haichuan smiled. As soon as you returned, an elder of Blue Feather Mountain called you to do something? When did an elder of Blue Feather Mountain become so inconsiderate of his subordinates? Don't mention it, Dongfang Yannian snapped. Dongfang Yannian said in annoyance, I just happened to arrive at the sect and was communicating with Blue Feather Mountain's elder. Then, Blue Feather Mountain's elder received a message from the elder in charge of recruitment. Then, he changed the topic and told me to go pick someone up. He told you to personally go pick someone up. At this moment, the smile on Shui Haichuan's face also began to disappear. His gaze also became serious. You mean, that person is a mid-divine emperor? In the current situation, only mid-divine emperors could be personally picked up by an elder of the White Dragon clan right after entering the sect. For example, the low divine emperors who had joined the Tianlong clan after the War of Emperors had only been picked up by inner sect elders. It was impossible for an elder of the White Dragon clan to pick them up. Mid-divine emperor? Hearing this, Duan Lingtian also looked at Dongfang Yannian. It's a mid-divine emperor. Dongfang Yannian nodded. A cold guy who doesn't like to talk. However, seeing that he views the people of Greater One sect as his mortal enemy, I won't bicker with him. Amen. Almost at the same time as Dongfang Yannian finished speaking, he seemed to have sensed something. His expression suddenly froze. What's wrong? Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian looked at Dongfang Yannian. Dongfang Yannian glanced at the two of them and said with a strange expression, I just received a message. After that cold guy, another mid-divine emperor joined the sect. From the beginning of the War of Emperors until now, no mid-divine emperor had joined the Tianlong clan. But today, in a single day, 2 mid-divine emperors had joined in succession. Chapter 3885. 2 middle divine emperors joined on the same day? Duan Lingtian was also surprised. Middle divine emperors were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. In the Tianlong clan, even the weakest middle divine emperor was an inner sect elder. At this level of cultivation, they either had extraordinary talent or extraordinary strength. Without sufficient strength, how could they resist the once-in-a-thousand-years heavenly tribulation? Before becoming a divine king, cultivation was not equal to strength. After becoming a divine king, due to the existence of the once-in-a-thousand-years heavenly tribulation, the further one cultivated, the greater the pressure one would have to face. Among the divine kings, there were many people of varying strength, but among the divine emperors, there were not many of them. Perhaps they know each other and agreed to join the clan together. Shui Haichuan said, otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Now, it had been nearly 10 years since the start of the War of Emperors. According to 10 years, there were 365 days in a year, so 10 years was 3,650 days. In the past 3,000 days, not even a single middle divine emperor had joined the Tianlong clan. But now, in a single day, 2 middle divine emperors had joined the Tianlong clan. They should know each other, but they didn't come together. One came before the other. Duan Lingtian said. At the same time, Dongfang Yannian, who had just received a follow-up message, nodded in a timely manner. They should be together. The one who came later is similar to the one who came before. They both have cold faces. It's said that birds of a feather flock together. But I really don't understand how this kind of cold-faced person could mix with the other party. Dongfang Yannian shook his head in bewilderment. Perhaps they have their own way of communicating. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. That's the only explanation. Shui Haichuan nodded in agreement. All right, let's not talk about them. At this time, Dongfang Yannian also remembered why he had come to find Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, "You two, hurry up and tell me what major you did recently. Little Tian, you tell me first. How did you predict that Kuang Tianjing would attack you and set him up?" Just as Duan Lingtian was answering Dongfang Yannian's questions one after another. Somewhere in the Tianlong clan, in a secluded valley, there was a sudden shout. "Two idiots. I didn't ask them to enter the sect separately on the same day. Instead, I asked them to enter the sect separately after a period of time. On the other hand, although they came from different sects, they still arrived on the same day. Two middle-level godly emperors, and both of them have coffin faces. Who would have thought that they were together?" Now, in a clean courtyard in the valley, a middle-aged man with an ugly expression was cursing loudly. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to have completely lost his composure. Nearby. At this moment, the young woman standing at the side said, "They are men of sacrifice. It's normal that they don't know how to be flexible. You can tell the people who can command them not to act too deliberately. I just finished talking to them." After being comforted by the woman, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and his mood improved a lot. It's best if those two men of sacrifice don't act as if they don't know each other. Right now, anyone would be able to guess that they're together. If they deliberately act as if they don't know each other, it'll be even more suspicious. The woman said again. Hearing the woman's words, a gratified expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Then, he nodded and said, "I've already told them all this. Father." Suddenly, the woman seemed to have thought of something. She looked at the middle-aged man and said hesitantly, "You really can't tell Brother Can about this. What's the point of telling him now?" The middle-aged man asked in return, could it be that he's going to step forward and help those two men of sacrifice lure Duan Lingtian over? Wouldn't that be the same as implicating himself? The fewer people who know about the identities of those two men of sacrifice, the better. Father, it's not that you don't trust him. It's just that you can't be careless about this matter. At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment before he added, "It's not a problem if you really want to tell him. However, you'll have to wait until the two men of sacrifice succeed in their mission and kill Duan Lingtian. At that time, you can tell him. However, even then, you still have to remind him not to tell anyone about this matter, no matter how close he is. If he's not careful about this matter, he might consign me to eternal damnation. Once I fall from power, my enemies in the sect will definitely not let the two of you off." As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression became more and more solemn. The woman's expression changed. Then, she solemnly promised, "Father, don't worry. I won't tell even Brother Can about this matter. In the Tianlong clan, only you and I know." Hearing the woman's words, the middle-aged man finally heaved a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his lips. "That's for the best. I knew a girl like you wouldn't be so unreasonable." The woman sighed in relief before she asked, "Father, the two men of sacrifice can only stay in the cultivation place of the Emperor Battle Sect. If Duan Lingtian doesn't go there, I'm afraid they won't have a chance to make a move." "There's no way they won't have a chance." The middle-aged man smiled confidently. "Unless Duan Lingtian doesn't go to the Emperor Battle Realm, there's no way they won't have a chance. As far as I know, Duan Lingtian frequently enters and exits the Emperor Battle Realm. Ever since he entered when he was a God King, he has never entered again. However, after he broke through to the God King realm, he entered twice and exited twice. The second time he entered, he merely used the battle merit Shui Haichuan gave him to exchange for some items. If Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man's words, he would definitely be shocked by the middle-aged man's attention to him. The middle-aged man even knew he had recently entered the Emperor Battle Realm and exchanged battle merit points for items from the Qianlong clan. I don't believe someone like him won't enter the Emperor Battle Realm again. Once he's prepared to enter the Emperor Battle Realm, he'll die before he even enters. The middle-aged man spoke with great confidence. But the woman frowned slightly as she said, "There's a golden dragon elder guarding the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm. Moreover, there's a black dragon elder guarding the cultivation place of the Emperor Battle Sect as well. With the golden dragon elder and the black dragon elder around, do you think they'll have enough time to kill Duan Lingtian? Someone will distract them before they make a move." The middle-aged man smiled. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "This time, I bought the lives of these 2 middle god emperors. They also gave me 3 other death warriors, 2 middle god kings and 1 high god king. Before they make their move on Duan Lingtian, the 3 god king sacrificial warriors will attack the other disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect to distract the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder. As long as the Elder Golden Dragon and Elder Black Dragon are distracted, the 2 of them will have enough time to attack Duan Lingtian. In that sort of situation, the Elder Black Dragon will need at least 3 breaths of time to react. Although the Elder Golden Dragon is stronger than the Elder Black Dragon, he'll need at least 2 breaths of time to react. By the time they make their move, they'll probably need another breath of time. So, as long as the 2 God King Deathsworn keep their eyes on Duan Lingtian, they'll have at least 3 breaths of time to attack Duan Lingtian. Could it be that 3 breaths of time isn't enough for them to kill Duan Lingtian? After Dongfang Yannian returned, Duan Lingtian didn't return to Guardian Sikong's cultivation grounds. He stayed with Xue Haichuan. The current him was no longer the past him who needed Xue Haichuan and Guardian Sikong's protection. He was already a lower god emperor, and had once fled for his life from the desperate inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing. In the Qianlong clan, unless 2 or more inner sect elders joined hands, or if an existence at the level of a white dragon elder or above personally acted, there was no chance of killing him. The 10,000 demon sect behind Kuang Tianjing did have 2 white dragon elders, but they couldn't possibly attack Duan Lingtian within the sect. Because once they did, only death would await them. They didn't dare to joke around with their lives. For example, one of the white dragon elders, Liu Yin, might be willing to exchange his life for the life of his son's killer, Xue Haishan, but it was impossible for him to exchange his life for Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian didn't have a grudge against him for killing his son. As for Kuang Tianjing, Liu Yin didn't care if he lived or died. In fact, when Kuang Tianjing was executed by the sect this time, even his family and disciples were implicated. From beginning to end, the 10,000 demon sect didn't say a word, let alone plead for his family and disciples. What a joke! If they really wanted to plead, it wouldn't be their turn. Right now, Kuang Tianjing's greatest backer in the Qianlong clan wasn't the 10,000 demon sect, but vice sect master Xue Mingji. Xue Mingji couldn't even protect Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples. Even if they spoke up, they couldn't change the outcome. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. The cultivation of a lower god emperor is too slow. Even with the help of a divine pill, it's impossible to break through in a short period of time. It's 10 times harder to break through from a higher god king to a lower god emperor. In Xue Haichuan's residence, Duan Lingtian was still living in the same room as before. He had just woken up from his cultivation, and he sighed. Although he had noticed this long ago, he had taken so many divine pills this time. Even with the powerful medicinal effects, his cultivation still hadn't improved by much. It was a blow to him. Since it's difficult to break through, I'll spend more time on the law of space. With the supreme divinity, I can comprehend the law of space with just a nap. In addition, I bought a floating image pearl in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City that recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in the law of space. With the floating image pearls in there, I'll be able to deduce many things from one instance. My comprehension of the law of space will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian no longer bothered about the slow progress of his cultivation. Instead, he shifted his attention to the law of space. Based on the current situation, it was more cost-effective to spend more time on the law of space. Chapter 3886. In the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. In the heavenly palace. I'm back. A young man in a long green robe stood in the air. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. His expression was calm as he looked down at the familiar place in front of him. His face trembled. Come back, all of you. The green-clad young man looked around before he sent out a series of voice transmissions to every corner of the solitary destructive heaven. All of a sudden, powerful figures shot up into the sky from all over the solitary destructive heaven and headed for the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Lord Heavenly Emperor is back. Lord Heavenly Emperor is calling for us to return to the Heavenly Palace. It's Lord Heavenly Emperor. It's time for the Heavenly Emperor puppets supported by the title temple to scram. Hearty laughter resounded in every corner of solitary destructive heaven. Many of the people who were not part of the situation became excited after a moment of contemplation. This was especially true for the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven. Lord Heavenly Emperor? Could the Lord Heavenly Emperor from his mouth be that Wind Heavenly Emperor of the past? It's obvious that he's referring to the Wind Heavenly Emperor. Back then, the Wind Heavenly Emperor disappeared without a trace. Even the powerhouses in the Heavenly Palace left as well. It was as though the Wind Heavenly Emperor had moved to another location. Then, the title temple appointed a titled Celestial Emperor as the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor Palace is like the backyard of the title temple's sub-palace. It's said that the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has to bow to the Hall Master of the title temple. He's a disgrace to the solitary destructive heaven. That's right. When the Wind Heavenly Emperor was still around, the Hall Master of the title temple's sub-palace wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. A commotion broke out in the solitary destructive heaven. It did not take long for news of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to spread to the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The current Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was merely a titled Celestial Emperor in the title temple. He was not even a match for some of the more powerful titled Celestial Emperors, let alone the former Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Go and inform the Palace Master of this matter. Since that Feng Qingyang has returned, he will definitely not let this matter rest. It's better for me to escape. I remember when Feng Qingyang was lost in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, someone had taken over his place and become the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. When Feng Qingyang returned, he killed that person. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death when Feng Qingyang returns. I'm not interested in the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It's better for him to stay in the realm where the title temple is located. The new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven muttered to himself as he made his way to a transporting formation in the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The teleportation formation led to the title temple's solitary destructive heaven sub-temple. When he arrived at the Vice Hall, he immediately went to look for the Vice Hall Master and asked him to bring him to the main hall to report the matter of the title temple's main hall master. Since Feng Qingyang has returned, I'm afraid the Palace Master will personally come. The Vice Hall Master had received the news, so he was not surprised when he saw the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He quickly brought the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to the main hall through the transporting formation. Feng Qingyang has returned. It did not take long before Wu Hongqing, the Vice Hall Master of the main hall of the title temple, received the news. His expression turned grim as he thought to himself, since he dares to return, it means he's confident he can defeat Mi Xian. He must have broken through to the intermediate God-King stage at the very least. I'm afraid I might not be a match for him now. Wu Hongqing's eyes glinted as he felt the pressure on him increase. Back then, Mi Xian was so powerful that Feng Qingyang had hidden in the Azura Hell when he realized he could not defeat Mi Xian. Both Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian were helpless against him. At that time, Wu Hongqing was certain Feng Qingyang would return one day. The reason Wu Hongqing sent someone to the solitary destructive heaven to become the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not because he cared about the position of Heavenly Emperor. This way, if Feng Qingyang returned, Wu Hongqing would be the first to know. Just like now. Both of you may return. Wu Hongqing looked at the Vice Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and the new Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven before he said, since Feng Qingyang has returned, return the position of Heavenly Emperor to him. At the same time, tell him the title temple has no intention of making an enemy out of him. When they heard Wu Hongqing's words, the expressions of the two seated below, which had changed when they heard Wu Hongqing telling them to return, finally calmed down. If they did not seek peace, they would most likely die in Feng Qingyang's hands if they returned. Now that they heard the words of the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple, they felt much more at ease. In their opinion, since the Title Temple wanted peace, there was no way Feng Qingyang would reject them. In their opinion, the Title Temple was like the heavens above all Devata realms. Even if Feng Qingyang was a god, it would not change this fact. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, a young man dressed in a green robe was sitting in the air. His eyes were tightly shut. It was hard to tell if he was cultivating or merely resting. His aura was so quiet that even the Title Temple would not be able to detect it. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure appeared near the young man. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a sturdy robe. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he bowed at the young man. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. A hint of excitement could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes. Meng Luo. At the same time, the young man opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. After scanning the middle-aged man with his divine consciousness, his eyes lit up. It seems like you haven't been slacking off all these years. Meng Luo smiled sheepishly. This little improvement is nothing compared to you, Lord Heavenly Emperor. However, Meng Luo is confident that I can help your majesty kill the fake celestial emperor who has taken over the nest. Meng Luo's eyes were brimming with killing intent as he spoke. He's just a puppet supported by the Title Temple. There's no need to worry about him. The young man, Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, said nonchalantly with a faint smile on his face. Without waiting for Meng Luo's reply, he looked to his left. A fiery red figure was flying toward him at breakneck speed. Around this fiery red figure, there seemed to be the illusory image of a flying bird. It seemed to cover the sky, and its aura was like a rainbow. It emitted a scorching aura that swept across the sky like a raging inferno. Swoosh. A few moments later, the figure retracted its flames. It was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. As soon as the old man arrived, he bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. Greetings, Lord Palace Master. Lord Palace Master was how the old man addressed Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also the palace master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Huilao. Feng Qingyang nodded at the old man with a smile on his face. Then, his eyes glinted as he asked, "Where's little Tian?" I tried to contact him in the solitary destructive heaven, but he didn't respond. Upon hearing this, Huilao smiled wryly. I don't know. However, after the young palace master picked up his family and friends, he left the solitary destructive heaven and brought them to the mundane realm. He didn't tell me which mundane realm they were going to. However, based on his words, it seems like he won't be returning to his hometown. Huilao said. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang nodded. It's good to be careful. Since Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was still intact, Feng Qingyang was not worried at all. Moreover, he was certain his disciple, Duan Lingtian, would come looking for him as soon as he heard about his return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. There are some things I have to do before little Tian returns. There are some people and forces that will pose a threat to me if I don't do something about them. Feng Qingyang muttered to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. In an instant, whether it was Meng Luo or Elder Hua, they felt their bodies and souls trembling intensely as if a terrifying creature had suddenly appeared beside them. Lord Heavenly Emperor. After Feng Qingyang withdrew his aura, Meng Luo, who was on the verge of suffocating, gasped for air and asked excitedly, "What's your current cultivation base?" Huilao looked at Feng Qingyang excitedly. Feng Qingyang replied indifferently, Killing the pavilion master of the main hall of the title temple is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Meng Luo and Hualaro could not help but gasp. It was one thing for a pavilion master of a title temple to be killed. However, the main palace master of the title temple was an absolute powerhouse. Some people even said he was the strongest powerhouse in the Devata realms. Even the gods in the Devata realms were no match for him. Lord Heavenly Emperor, the others will be here soon. After a long while, Meng Luo broke the silence and said, "Don't worry." At the same time, Meng Luo looked at Feng Qingyang in awe. It was a reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. "All right." Feng Qingyang nodded slightly. "Since they're here, let's wait for them to arrive before we return home." Return home. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Meng Luo and Hualaro's eyes lit up. In the next few hours, more and more figures appeared in front of Feng Qingyang and bowed respectfully. Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor! When the group of heavenly emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven arrived, Meng Luo and Hualaro led them to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, some celestial emperors who were foolish enough to reprimand Meng Luo and the others were killed by Meng Luo's punch as soon as they finished speaking. "Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor! Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor! Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor!" Meng Luo and the others cried out in unison. Their voices were as loud as thunder, and their auras soared into the sky. Chapter 3887. Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven under the protection of his former subordinates, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Since the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a new ruler, those who tried to stop Meng Luo were killed without exception. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had been in hiding for many years. Even though he was waiting for the return of his only heavenly emperor, he did not stop cultivating. It was as though he could fend off thousands of soldiers and horses. Not a single person from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could survive a single punch from Duan Ling Tian. Bang! Meng Luo punched out again. The astral fist that appeared on Meng Luo's fist smashed into the body of an immortal emperor, instantly exploding him into a bloody mist. It's the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. He's the strongest general under Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The group of immortal emperors who wanted to leave the heavenly emperor palace saw Meng Luo descending like a god of death, killing one person with a single punch. None of them dared to leave the heavenly emperor palace for a long time. "Meng Luo!" A voice suddenly rang from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "You killed a celestial emperor from the title temple. Even if Feng Qingyang returns, he won't be able to save you." A burly middle-aged man stepped out of the void with a giant sword under his feet. His build was similar to Meng Luo's, and he had fierce eyebrows and a pair of fierce eyes. He looked very impressive. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the heavenly sword celestial emperor, Yang Tiannan, right?" Meng Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the burly middle-aged man. The heavenly sword celestial emperor was the vice hall master of the title temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. He was known as the second sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. His strength was second only to Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After Feng Qingyang ascended to godhood, Yang Tiannan was widely acknowledged as the strongest sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, Yang Tiannan was not qualified to be Feng Qingyang's invincible sword celestial. There might not be any sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven who could defeat him, but there were still a few sword celestials who were evenly matched with him. However, because those sword immortals relied on many other methods, and he purely used the sword, he was still recognized as the number one sword immortal. As for Feng Qingyang, he was invincible in the solitary destructive heaven. That was why he was recognized as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. "I've always wanted to fight you, Yang Tiannan, but I haven't had the chance. Today, I'll see how strong you are," Meng Luo shouted. His eyes burned with the desire to battle. He charged forward and took the initiative to attack. On the other hand, Yang Tiannan did not dare to be careless when he saw Meng Luo charging at him. With a solemn expression on his face, he quickly blocked Meng Luo's attack. Whoosh! At the same time, Feng Qingyang floated down from the sky and stood at the forefront of the group. He led Huolaro and the others to watch the battle between Meng Luo and Yang Tiannan from afar. That guy Meng Luo must have been bored out of his mind after all these years. Feng Qingyang shook his head with a smile on his face. Huolaro, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, nodded with a smile on his face. Lord Meng Luo has always been straightforward. However, the heavenly sword celestial emperor, Yang Tiannan, is not a simple person. While the two of them were conversing, Meng Luo and Yang Tiannan had already begun to fight. In just a blink of an eye, both of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. Both of them were evenly matched, and it was obvious both of them were not holding back at all. Meng Luo, come back. At this moment, Feng Qingyang said indifferently, both of you are on par with each other. It's meaningless for you to continue fighting. As soon as Meng Luo finished speaking, he moved away from the battle and returned to Feng Qingyang's side. At the same time, he looked at Yang Tiannan from afar. The heavenly sword celestial emperor lives up to his reputation. The heavenly savage celestial emperor does have some skills. Yang Tiannan's eyes narrowed when he saw Meng Luo had stopped fighting. After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists together and said to Feng Qingyang, "Greetings, Lord Feng Qingyang." He did not address Feng Qingyang as the heavenly emperor. Meng Luo's expression darkened when he heard how Yang Tiannan addressed Feng Qingyang. Even the expressions of Huolaro and the other former celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven changed drastically. "Are you trying to stop me?" Feng Qingyang calmly looked at Yang Tiannan, who was hovering in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. His tone was indifferent, as though he was speaking to Yang Tiannan. "Lord Feng Qingyang," Yang Tiannan said solemnly. Yang Tiannan's expression turned solemn as he said, "The title temple will temporarily take over the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If you want to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, you'll have to wait for the palace master of the main temple's order. Currently, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the palace master of the title temple have gone to the main temple to inform the palace master of your return. For this reason, please wait for a moment, Lord Feng Qingyang." Upon hearing Yang Tiannan's words, Feng Qingyang was taken aback. Wait for the palace master of the title temple to give him an order? Wu Hongqing. Meng Luo and Huolaro, who had heard Feng Qingyang said he could kill the palace master of the title temple as if he was killing a dog, had an interesting expression on their faces. Meng Luo looked at Yang Tiannan and sneered. "Yang Tiannan, the palace master of the title temple isn't qualified to order Lord Heavenly Emperor around." Yang Tiannan glared at Meng Luo as he said, "Meng Luo, although it's difficult for me to defeat you, I don't mind fighting you to the death since you've disrespected the palace master of the title temple. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Meng Luo sneered. Meng Luo was about to say something when Feng Qingyang raised his hand slightly to stop him. Meng Luo no longer said anything. "Are you trying to stop me?" Feng Qingyang asked as he looked at Yang Tiannan calmly. However, at this moment, a hint of coldness could be seen in the depths of Feng Qingyang's eyes. Yang Tiannan's scalp turned numb when he felt Feng Qingyang's gaze on him. However, he maintained a solemn expression on his face and remained motionless. "Lord Feng Qingyang, please wait for the palace master's order." As soon as Yang Tiannan finished speaking, two beams of light shot out from Feng Qingyang's eyes and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the gigantic sword on Yang Tiannan's back flew out of its scabbard and fell toward Yang Tiannan's head. During this entire process, Yang Tiannan didn't move at all. In the next moment, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Yang Tiannan's gigantic celestial weapon fell on Yang Tiannan's head. It was as though a towering mountain had fallen on Yang Tiannan. In just a blink of an eye, Yang Tiannan was reduced to a bloody mist. What was even more terrifying was, Yang Tiannan's gigantic celestial weapon, an emperor-grade celestial weapon, suddenly exploded. At the same time, a cry of despair rang from the sword. "Lord, please spare." Clearly, it was the voice of the sword spirit. However, before the sword spirit could finish speaking, the celestial sword shattered into pieces. It was obvious the sword spirit was not going to survive. Gulp. Upon seeing this, Hualaro could not help but gulp as a chill ran down his spine. In the past, he used to be the artifact spirit of an emperor-grade celestial weapon called the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When the sword spirit of Yang Tiannan's emperor-grade celestial sword was killed, he felt helpless. If a celestial weapon was destroyed, its weapon spirit would be destroyed as well. Unless the person who destroyed the celestial weapon was willing to find another celestial weapon to host it. However, why would such a powerhouse care about the life and death of a mere weapon spirit? For a time, Elder Hua looked once more at the back of the young man before him, and a wisp of gratitude flashed in his eyes. It was precisely because of the young man that he was able to escape from the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, reconstruct his body, and stop being an artifact spirit. Heavenly Emperor Feng, please have mercy. As soon as Yang Tiannan died, an anxious voice rang from the depths of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as the voice rang in the air, two figures appeared in a flash. They were none other than the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the pavilion master of the solitary destructive heaven's subhall who had just returned from the title temple. At that moment, the two of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They did not expect to see Feng Qingyang attacking Yang Tiannan as soon as they arrived through the transporting formation. Although they tried to plead for mercy, it was too late. In just a blink of an eye, Yang Tiannan was dead. What was even more terrifying was that Yang Tiannan's emperor-grade celestial sword that possessed a weapon spirit was destroyed as well. Even its weapon spirit was not spared. "Are the two of you going to stop me as well?" Feng Qingyang asked indifferently as he looked at the two figures hovering in the air in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the two figures' expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly moved to the side to make way for Feng Qingyang. At the same time, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, a titled celestial emperor from the title temple's main hall, hastily announced, "From today onward, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will be ruled by the invincible sword celestial, Feng Qingya. Everyone from the title temple is to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This is also an order from the main hall master." As soon as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven finished speaking, a group of people rushed out of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. What a joke! Even the main hall master of the title temple had personally ordered them to return the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to Feng Qingyang. How could they dare to continue occupying the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Moreover, they had just received news that Yang Tiannan, the vice hall master of the title temple, the heavenly sword celestial emperor, had been killed by Feng Qingyang with just a glance. Even his emperor-grade celestial sword and its sword spirit were destroyed. Earlier, they were stunned when they heard that Feng Qingyang's gaze could kill. When they heard the familiar voice of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, they quickly regained their senses and left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was the leader of a patrol team in the main hall of the title temple. Most of the people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were his subordinates. The Wind Heavenly Emperor. After everyone left, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven looked at Feng Qingyang with a smile on his face. "I'm just following orders to temporarily take over the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that the Wind Heavenly Emperor has returned, everything will be returned to its rightful owner." Chapter 3888. The eyes of the celestial emperors behind Feng Qingyang lit up when they heard the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was willing to relinquish his position. Their Lord Heavenly Emperor was indeed formidable. Even the title temple had to bow before him. However, the next moment, the scene that happened caused them to be stunned. As soon as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven finished speaking, his body stiffened. His eyes widened, and his body began to tremble violently. Naturally, this caught everyone's attention. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was originally a middle-aged man's long black hair turned grayish-white. At the same time, his originally muscular body began to sink like a deflated balloon. In just a few breaths, the originally muscular middle-aged man had turned into a skinny old man with wrinkles all over his face. Moreover, this was not the end of it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the old man's body began to age again before it dissipated with the wind. At this moment, everyone present could clearly feel an ancient and vicissitude aura surging towards them. This scene caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Everyone turned to look at Feng Qingyang in unison. Apart from Meng Luo and Huolaro, everyone, including the celestial emperors behind Feng Qingyang, looked at Feng Qingyang with fear in their eyes. Heavens! What kind of technique is this? How can a person who could have lived as long as heaven and earth become an old man in just a blink of an eye? Is this the law of time? Is there such a technique in the law of time? Isn't Feng Qingyang the heavenly emperor skilled in the law of destruction? At this moment, the people from the title temple could hear the trembling in each other's voices as they communicated through voice transmissions. Feng Qingyang's strength had exceeded their expectations. Previously, they were still doubting the authenticity of Feng Qingyang's murderous gaze. However, at this moment, they no longer had any doubts. After all, what was happening was even more terrifying than the murderous gaze. Heavenly Wind Emperor, the expression of the Hall Master of the Solitary Heaven Palace's title temple changed drastically. He was about to say something when he discovered his body was shrouded by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his celestial origin energy, he was unable to break free. At this moment, he was only left with his consciousness. He couldn't even control his own body. Under his gaze, the group of immortal emperors behind Feng Qingyang were staring at something behind him in shock. He really wanted to turn around, but the power that enveloped him made it impossible for him to do so. Not to mention turning back, he couldn't even move a finger now. Under his gaze, Feng Qingyang stood in the void with a calm expression on his face. He had not moved at all since the beginning of the battle. Suddenly, he realized that he had regained control of his body and subconsciously looked back. With just a glance, he saw the people from the title temple who had just left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had turned into old men. Then, these old men died just like the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who was sent by the main hall of the title temple. Meng Luo, Huolaro, bring the others back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll return as soon as I'm done. At the same time, Feng Qingyang said to Meng Luo and Huolaro. Meng Luo and Huolaro looked at Feng Qingyang passionately. After that, Feng Qingyang looked at the hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall and said indifferently, "Bring me to the title temple's main hall, and I'll spare your life." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the vice hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall hesitated for a moment before he nodded. His tone was filled with awe, but there was also a tremor of fear. There should be a transporting formation here that leads to the title temple's main hall, right? Feng Qingyang asked indifferently. Yes. Lead the way. The hall master of the solitary heaven palace's sub-hall brought Feng Qingyang to the sub-hall of the title temple through the transporting formation. After that, he brought Feng Qingyang to the main hall of the title temple through the transporting formation. Heavenly Emperor Feng, if the hall master finds out I brought you here, he won't let me go. I can't travel with you anymore. The hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall said to Feng Qingyang warily. All right. Feng Qingyang nodded indifferently. You can leave if you want. Do as you wish. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as he stepped onto the teleportation array and was about to activate the teleportation array, bang, an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. A huge palm print had descended from the sky and killed the hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall. Wu Hongqing. Feng Qingyang looked at the hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall. He said indifferently, I didn't expect the hall master of the Title Temple's main hall to be so ruthless to his subordinates. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you must be joking. Wu Hongqing smiled faintly. Even if I don't kill such a traitor, the enforcement hall of the Title Temple won't let him go. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you must be much stronger now that you've returned from the Azura Hell, right? Right now, Wu Hongqing was only one step away from asking Feng Qingyang if he was confident in his current strength. Was that why he decided to stay in Azura Hell? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Feng Qingyang said indifferently. His body flickered, and the space around him froze. Even Wu Hongqing, who was in the distance, was no exception. When Feng Qingyang approached him, Wu Hongqing struggled to break free. His eyes narrowed slightly. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you've hidden your strength so well. Your attainments in the law of time are definitely not inferior to your attainments in the law of destruction. Wu Hongqing's voice was filled with fear when he spoke. You're smart to leave a clone here. Feng Qingyang said indifferently as he struck out with his palm. The void froze again, and the same happened to Wu Hongqing's body. At the same time, Feng Qingyang raised his hand and waved it in the air. A grey light blade swept through Wu Hongqing's body and destroyed it in an instant. Wu Hongqing's body was destroyed like a flower in the water. Not a single drop of blood could be seen. This was because this was only one of Wu Hongqing's law clones. In the past, you, Wu Hongqing, joined forces with others to kill my disciple, Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang's body swayed before he shot up into the sky. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in the entire Title Temple's main realm. Today, I'll annihilate your entire main realm. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, terrifying energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into tens of thousands of sword rays that shot up into the sky and swept across the Title Temple's main realm like meteors. In the next instant, all living beings in the Title Temple's main realm were killed, regardless of whether they were humans or beasts. In just a few breaths' time, Feng Qingyang was the only living being in the realm where the Title Temple's main palace was located. Naturally, this did not mean there were no law clones. Swoosh! Another law clone of Wu Hongqing appeared before Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing's expression was extremely unsightly as he said, Feng Qingyang, are you going to fight to the death with the Title Temple? Although I'm not as strong as you, I'll be able to summon the ancestors of the Title Temple when the space passage from the Devata realms to the realms of gods opens in 300 years. Even in the realms of gods, the Title Temple is still considered an emperor god force. Even if you're a divine emperor, you won't be able to escape death when the ancestors of the Title Temple arrive, let alone you're just a high-rank god king. Wu Hongqing's voice was extremely cold. As you said, it's 300 years later. Feng Qingyang smiled indifferently. How do you know I won't be able to kill a god emperor after 300 years? How arrogant. Before Wu Hongqing's law clone was destroyed by Feng Qingyang, Wu Hongqing could only shout coldly. After destroying 2 of Wu Hongqing's law clones and everyone in the Title Temple's main realm, Feng Qingyang finally left. Little Tian, you almost died here in the past. Today, I'll help you collect some interest. One day, I'll find Wu Hongqing's true body and kill him, in the Wanderer Heaven. Wu Hongqing stood on top of a cliff in a lofty mountain range. His expression was extremely unsightly. Feng Qingyang has already broken through and become a high-rank god king. With his current strength, even if my true body is in front of him, it'll be easy for him to kill me. I'm no match for him. I can't accept waiting for 300 years. It looks like I can only ask Mi Xian for help. Feng Qingyang definitely doesn't know that Mi Xian has broken through to the God Emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to strut around so openly after becoming a high-rank god king. After thinking for a while, Wu Hongqing gritted his teeth and headed to the netherworld. At the same time, a soul orb appeared in his hand. It belonged to Mi Xian, the dead spirit clansman who'd come looking for him after entering the netherworld. However, Mi Xian was no longer an ordinary dead spirit clansman. In fact, he'd even exterminated the dead spirit clan. It could be said that he was the only dead spirit clansman in the world. Back then, Mi Xian suffered a great loss at the hands of Feng Qingyang and his disciple, Duan Lingtian. He's been brooding over it all this time. Now that he has a chance to make a move on Feng Qingyang, given his personality, there's no way he'll miss it. In the past few years, I've been the only one who hasn't made any progress. Mi Xian has broken through to the God Emperor realm as a God King, and Feng Qingyang has broken through from the lesser God King realm to the higher God King realm for the second time. The more Wu Hongqing thought about it, the more bitter he felt. Chapter 3889. Duan Lingtian was unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had left the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, and returned to the solitary destructive heaven to take charge of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had destroyed the main hall of the title temple in a fit of rage to avenge the humiliation he had suffered in the title temple. Even Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main hall of the title temple, had left his 2 clones to await Feng Qingyang's return. Currently, Duan Lingtian was fully focused on comprehending the law of space. His attainment in the law of space was constantly improving. The improvement in my law of space will affect my Tao of control as well. The more profound my comprehension of the law of space is, the more powerful my Tao of control will be. Naturally, I can improve my Tao of control as well. However, based on the current situation, it'll be difficult for me to advance my Tao of control to the next stage. Duan Lingtian had learned about the 4 Tao of heaven and earth when he was still in the Devata realms before he came to the mystic gangland in the realms of gods. For example, the rudimentary stage was the first stage of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian had shown others the rudimentary stage of the sword Tao. Up until now, those who knew Duan Lingtian had mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth did not know much about Duan Lingtian. After the rudimentary stage was the second stage. At this stage, one would be able to control the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Following that was the third stage. At this stage, one would be able to control the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with just a wave of their hand. Feng Qingyang was at the third stage. As for Duan Lingtian, his sword Tao and Tao of control remained at the second stage for many years. Even after he came to the realms of gods, there was no improvement in his sword Tao or Tao of control. This was because he had no idea how to advance the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. According to his master, Feng Qingyang, there must be other stages after the third stage. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, had already touched the threshold of the next stage. However, since Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was too low, his master, Feng Qingyang, did not tell him much about it. If I integrate this profundity into my profundity, my attainment in the law will not be inferior to any of the White Dragon Elders in the Qianlong clan. In fact, my attainment in the law is even higher than some of the White Dragon Elders who has comprehended the law. With this thought Feng Qingyang's, he continued comprehending the law. Spring and autumn. Spring came and came spring. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. The gods, God Emperor, God Kings of the gods, King God, God. The battlefield of God Kings was still the most intense battlefield. Every now and then, some God Kings would die, including many higher God Kings. After Duan Lingtian left the battlefield of divine emperors, only a few lower God Kings had died. Some were from the Qianlong clan, and some were from the Taiyi sect. It's Shimen Longxiang. At the entrance of the battlefield of divine emperors in Taiyi City, a group of people looked at a young man who was walking slowly toward the entrance of the battlefield. When I saw him walking over here, I wondered if he had broken through to the divine emperor stage. Did he really break through? He entered the battlefield of divine emperors as soon as he broke through. Is he learning from Duan Lingtian of the Qianlong clan? Bah! Senior brother Shimen Longxiang is a peerless genius of our Taiyi sect. How can Duan Lingtian compare to senior brother Shimen Longxiang? Do you think senior brother Shimen Longxiang will gain something from entering the battlefield of divine emperors? Under the gaze of a group of people, Shimen Longxiang, a genius disciple of the Taiyi sect who had killed many god kings of the Qianlong clan, entered the battlefield of divine emperors. The news quickly spread to the Qianlong clan. Shimen Longxiang broke through? He entered the battlefield of divine emperors as soon as he broke through. He's going to fight with Duan Lingtian. Fight? What qualifications does he have to be compared with senior brother Duan Lingtian? Senior brother Duan Lingtian killed 2 inner sect elders of the Tai sect in the battlefield of divine emperors. That's right. Even if there is a certain element of luck, but as a cultivator, we should know that luck is actually a part of strength. In a battle of life and death, even if your strength is not as good as your opponent, if your opponent is distracted for a moment, maybe you can take the opportunity to kill him. At that time, who dares to say you're not as good as your opponent? Senior brother Duan Lingtian's monstrous performance in the battlefield of divine emperors made the patriarch of the Tai sect personally come to discuss with our patriarch to let senior brother Duan Lingtian and Shimon Longxiang enter. The fact that our patriarch agreed to this matter shows how monstrous Shimon Longxiang is. Even if he's not as good as senior brother Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to find out much. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of performance Shimon Longxiang will have inside. Throughout the Qianlong clan, many people began to pay attention to the performance of the Tai sect disciple Shimon Longxiang in the battlefield of divine emperors. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Shimon Longxiang, they were the only ones in the Qianlong clan and Tai sect who had broken through to the divine emperor realm and had not yet become an elder. First, because they did not care, and second, because the situation of the emperor battle was urgent, very few people paid attention to this aspect. More people's attention was on the 3 major battlefields of the emperor battle plane. On the battlefield of divine emperors, there was killing basically every day. On the battlefield of divine emperors, there was less killing, but there were still many people inside. Only on the battlefield of quasi-emperors, so far, only a few people from the Qianlong clan had entered, and it was more or less the same on the side of Tai sect. As for whether they had met or fought, no one knew. It could be said that as long as no one died, it was unlikely that anyone would know what happened inside. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Now, Duan Lingtian was still concentrating on comprehending the law of space. Shimon Longxiang's entry into the battlefield of divine emperors attracted the attention of all parties. A month later, a lower-level divine emperor realm outer sect elder of the Qianlong clan died, but no one thought that it was Shimon Longxiang who killed him. Another 2 months passed, and another lower-level divine emperor realm inner sect deacon of the Qianlong clan was killed. On the same day, another lower-level divine emperor realm inner sect deacon was killed. It was no secret that the 2 inner sect deacons of the Qianlong clan who were killed on the same day were good friends. Moreover, they entered the battlefield of divine emperors together. They either died at the hands of the same person, or died at the hands of the Tai sect's divine emperors. On the battlefield of divine emperors, it is impossible to have large groups, but there are still some small groups of 2 or 3 people. In half a month's time, this topic gradually died down. At this time, another piece of news was spread: another lower-level divine emperor realm outer sect elder of the Qianlong clan was killed. At the same time, half a month later, Tai sect's Heaven's Prideling disciple Shimon Longxiang walked out of the battlefield of divine emperors, entered Peace City, and publicly took out 4 lower-level divine emperor identity badges of the Qianlong clan in exchange for battle merits. In just 4 months, 4 lower-level divine emperors of the Qianlong clan had died. All of them had died at the hands of Shimon Longxiang. For a time, the Tai sect was in an uproar. After the Qianlong clan received the news, there was a dead silence. A Tai sect disciple who had just broken through to the divine emperor realm had killed 4 lower-level divine emperors of the Qianlong clan in just 4 months. 2 outer sect elders and 2 inner sect deacons. Among them, the 2 inner sect deacons entered the battlefield of divine emperors together in a small group, and were killed on the same day. In other words, they may have been killed by Shimon Longxiang in a 2 versus 1 situation. That Shimon Longxiang of the Tai sect is so terrifying. Heavens! Did he really just break through to the divine emperor realm? He just entered the divine emperor realm and killed lower-level divine emperors like killing chickens. How can his strength be so terrifying? In the past, we only heard that he was a monster. Back then, in the battlefield of the God Kings, all of the disciples who saw him were killed by him. So, we didn't have any idea how strong he was. But now, we can be sure that his means are not simple. Isn't it obvious? Do you think? Duan Lingtian can be compared to him? I don't think so. Although Duan Lingtian killed 2 inner sect elders of the Tai sect, he took advantage of the situation and killed them after they were seriously injured. Shimen Longxiang, on the other hand, killed 4 lower-level divine emperors of our sect with his own strength. That's because Duan Lingtian didn't meet the lower-level divine emperors. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian could have killed them with his own strength. That's true. When Duan Lingtian and Shimen Longxiang left the battlefield of divine emperors one after another, in fact, many people of the Qianlong clan subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Duan Lingtian because he had killed more divine emperors than Shimen Longxiang. But now, Shimen Longxiang's stunning performance made them reconsider. Could Duan Lingtian really compare to Shimen Longxiang? Shimen Longxiang had entered the battlefield of divine emperors later, while Duan Lingtian had entered much earlier. At the same time, Shimen Longxiang's performance might not be worse than Duan Lingtian's, right? Moreover, in the battlefield of divine emperors, whether or not one could meet people frequently depended on luck. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's luck was better than Shimen Longxiang's? Just like this time, Shimen Longxiang's luck was very good. In a short 4 months, he had met 4 lower-level divine emperors of the Qianlong clan. Many of the Qianlong clan's divine emperors had entered the battlefield of divine emperors for 2 or 3 months without meeting a single divine emperor of the Tai sect. By the time Duan Lingtian found out about this, it was already half a year later. I've finally settled it. Now, my attainments in the laws of space have surpassed the majority of the White Dragon Elders. I'm afraid that only a few White Dragon Elders, including Brother Haichuan, can compare to me in the laws of space. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and happened to see Shui Haichuan chatting with Dongfang Yannian in the front yard. The two were talking about how Shimen Longxiang had killed 4 lower-level divine emperors of the Qianlong clan half a year ago. Chapter 3890. Shimen Longxiang broke through to the divine emperor realm? He broke through half a year ago. Moreover, as soon as he broke through, he entered the battlefield of divine emperors and killed 4 lower divine emperors of our Qianlong clan. Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything about Shimen Longxiang being able to break through in such a short time, because no one knew how much Shimen Longxiang had accumulated before he entered the battlefield of divine kings. After all, Shimen Longxiang was already a mid-divine king many years ago. Unlike him, after he broke through to the divine emperor realm, those who knew were shocked because they all knew that he had only broken through to the high divine king realm a few years ago. In less than 10 years, he had just broken through to the high divine king realm to the lower divine emperor realm. In Tung Lung province, as long as one was a normal person, they would be shocked. Little Tian. Seeing Duan Lingtian come out, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian both stopped chatting for a moment and looked at him with a smile. Duan Lingtian directly sat down at the stone table in front of the two and said with a smile, "I heard you were talking about Shimen Longxiang of the Greater One sect. It seems that his strength is indeed not bad to be able to make you 2 White Dragon Elders whisper to each other." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shui Haichuan shook his head and said, "Little Tian, don't underestimate Shimen Longxiang. He was able to kill 4 lower divine emperors of our Qianlong clan right after breaking through to the divine emperor realm. This is enough to prove his strength." As soon as Shui Haichuan finished speaking, Dongfang Yannian continued, "Haichuan is right. You should know that when the Greater One sect master came to find our sect master and set the entry agreement between you and Shimen Longxiang, he didn't give anything else to our Qianlong clan. It was a completely equal prohibition agreement. Under these circumstances, the sect master was still willing to agree. This means that in the sect master's eyes, Shimen Longxiang's entry into the battlefield of divine kings is no less a threat to the Qianlong clan's divine kings than your entry into the battlefield of divine kings. When Dongfang Yannian reached the end of his speech, his expression became solemn. Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect these 2 big brothers to take it seriously. After all, Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods. He had fought his way to where he was today. His experiences in the mundane realms and the Devata realms had taught him not to underestimate anyone. Not to mention Shimen Longxiang, who he felt was not weak in the past. "Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, don't worry. I won't underestimate him. Duan Lingtian naturally knew why Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were so serious. They were worried that he would suffer because he underestimated Xue Haichuan. After all, in the eyes of most people in the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect, he and Shimen Longxiang were destined opponents, and would fight sooner or later. In the past, Shimen Longxiang had entered the battlefield of God Kings precisely for him. It was just that he didn't meet him. Perhaps, after he had broken through to the Godly Emperor stage, no one thought Shimen Longxiang would be a match for him. However, Shimen Longxiang had also broken through to the Godly Emperor stage. His cultivation base was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's, and he had displayed extraordinary strength. At this time, it was only natural that people would compare him to Shimen Longxiang again. Although he had just come out of closed-door cultivation, it was not difficult for him to guess this. Little Tian. However, Dongfang Yannian did not seem to believe Duan Lingtian's words. His expression was solemn as he said, "A long time ago, Shimen Longxiang was widely acknowledged by many as the most talented person in the Greater One sect since it was founded. If he hadn't appeared on the battlefield of the Divine Kings, even I would have thought that he had already left the Greater One sect and even the Eastern Ridge Prefecture. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, he definitely won't be a nobody if he joins any of the top Emperor stage forces in Tunglung province." His performance in the battlefield of God Kings further proved his strength. Right now, he's already made such achievements as soon as he became a godly emperor. It's enough to prove that his reputation is well deserved. Based on his current strength, he's at least comparable to a mid-godly emperor. He might even be able to stand up to some of the weaker mid-godly emperors. Of the 4 low godly emperors from our Tianlong clan that he killed, 2 of them were traveling together. It's very likely that he killed them 2 against 1. Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian's tone became more and more solemn. "I understand." At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to joke around. He could tell that both Dongfang Yannian and Xue Haichuan were serious. At that moment, he could not help but feel warmth in his heart. He naturally knew that the 2 of them were serious because they were worried about him. They were afraid that he would underestimate Shimen Longxiang and suffer at his hands. "Little Tian, you've made good progress in your closed-door cultivation this time, right?" As if sensing the seriousness of the atmosphere, Xue Haichuan changed the topic and asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. At that moment, Dongfang Yannian also looked at Duan Lingtian. He was amazed by Duan Lingtian's progress in cultivation. It took him less than 10 years to go from a high godly king to a low godly emperor. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian's attainments in the laws of space were also enough to show that he had extremely high comprehension abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such progress in less than 3,000 years of age. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Then, his eyes flashed, "Brother Haichuan, I plan to make another trip to the Emperor Battle Realm and stay a bit longer in the battlefield of God Kings." "Haha," hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xue Haichuan laughed, "It seems that you've made good progress. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident. Since that's the case, I'll make a trip to the Emperor Battle Realm with you and see how strong you are." Xue Haichuan smiled. Before Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation last time, Xue Haichuan said that the next time Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of God Kings, for the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety, he would go with Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation and wanted to enter the battlefield of God Kings, he naturally had to fulfill his promise. "You want to enter the battlefield of God Kings together?" Hearing Xue Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yannian's eyes suddenly lit up. "I have nothing to do recently and don't need to be on duty. I'll go with you." "You?" Xue Haichuan looked at Dongfang Yannian and said with a fake smile, "Have you asked sister-in-law? Did sister-in-law let you come with us? I remember that last time when I wanted to ask you to enter the battlefield of God Kings, sister-in-law just said one sentence and you didn't say anything." Xue Haichuan said. Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Isn't that because you're a lunatic? Last time, you took the initiative to provoke the 2 Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect and dragged them around. In the end, you forcibly dragged them down and then killed one of them. And you weren't much better at that time. You were almost killed. Otherwise, the other Dark Earth Elder of Greater One sect was a coward, or he could have taken you down with him. Someone as dangerous as you. Do you think that sister-in-law would dare to let me enter the battlefield of God Kings with you? Hearing Dongfang Yanyan's words, Duan Lingtian also looked at Xue Haichuan in surprise. Sensing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Xue Haichuan shook his head and said, "Little Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. Last time, I was just unlucky. I originally thought that they were two ordinary Dark Earth Elders of Greater One sect, but I didn't expect that they were the stronger kind. So, I could only rely on the advantage of my cultivation method to drag them down and exhaust their divine power. In the end, I killed one of them and scared the other away. Of course, at that time, although I was an arrow at the end of its flight, if the remaining person attacked me, I was still confident that I could make him stay." Saying this, Xue Haichuan was forcefully interrupted by Dongfang Yanyan. "At the same time that you made him stay, you were most likely done for yourself, right?" Dongfang Yanyan said unhappily, "You madman, since they couldn't catch up to you in speed, you could have run to a place with complicated terrain and hide. If they couldn't find you, they would naturally have left. Why did you have to drag them down? Aren't you just hoping for a fluke? Relying on your cultivation method to allow your divine power to last longer than theirs, you want to counterattack and kill them? In the Emperor battle plane, regardless of which battlefield it was, divine power could not be recovered by absorbing the spiritual qi of the world. It could only be recovered by consuming divine pills. However, the recovery of divine pills also required a process. If one constantly consumed divine power, no matter how many divine pills one had, they would not be able to keep up with the consumption. In the end, it was still a matter of who could last longer. I wasn't relying on luck," Xue Haichuan said unconcernedly. "As soon as those two old men attacked, I could tell that their endurance was definitely not as good as mine. In fact, before I even prepared to drag them to death, I had already guessed that it was very likely that I would only be able to kill one of them in the end." "You think I'm just looking to die?" Xue Haichuan said. "In any case, I'll go with you this time." Dongfang Yanyan could not be bothered to argue with Xue Haichuan. "As for your sister-in-law, she'll definitely agree. After all, I'm not going with you alone. Little Tian is going with me too. I told her that I was afraid that you would kill Little Tian if you went with him, so I wanted to go with him to protect Little Tian. At the crucial moment, I'll leave you behind and run with Little Tian," Dongfang Yanyan said. After saying that, under the stunned gazes of Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan, Dongfang Yanyan smiled and said, "All right, I've told her. She told me to protect Little Tian. When are we leaving?" "Now." Tianlong Temple, in a secluded valley. A middle-aged man who was originally sitting cross-legged on a black rock in front of a waterfall at the foot of the valley suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed through his eyes. That Duan Lingtian left Xue Haichuan's residence. He went to the entrance of the Emperor battle plane. At first, his eyes were incomparably bright, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. However, in the next instant, his expression froze. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan also went with him? Could it be that those two brats knew that it would be dangerous for Duan Lingtian to go to the Emperor battle plane alone? No. That's impossible. Chapter 3891. Perhaps they're leaving Xue Haichuan's residence with Duan Lingtian and going their separate ways? Dongfang Yanyan is famous for being a henpecked husband. Up until now, he's only entered the Emperor battle plane once, and it was with his wife. Would his wife let him take the risk alone? The middle-aged man was none other than the Tianlong clan's vice-clan master, Xue Mingji. After receiving the message from the person in charge of monitoring Xue Haichuan's residence, he continue watching them. See if they'll part ways with Duan Lingtian. Xue Mingji was still hoping for a fluke. However, after waiting for a while, when he received more news, his expression turned completely gloomy. This was because neither Xue Haichuan nor Dongfang Yanyan had parted ways with Duan Lingtian. They had followed Duan Lingtian through the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Realm's disciples and arrived at the valley at the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm before entering the Emperor Battle Realm. The three of them traveled together. Moreover, Two of them were white dragon elders. Do they recognize Du and Lingtian now? Shui Mingji took a deep breath and asked through voice transmission. Now, he wasn't asking about his own people in the Sky Dragon sect, but his friend who bought the two Death Warriors for him. The control of the Death Warriors was in his friend's hands, not his. He trusted his friend unconditionally because they were friends who had gone through life and death situations together. They had saved each other's lives before. When I received your message, I had them keep watch nearby. They've already memorized Du and Lingtian's appearance. Although they won't have a chance to attack, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Shui Mingji replied. Millimeter, although Shui Mingji knew his friend was trying to comfort him, he still calmed himself down. Tell them to enter the Emperor Battle Realm. Millimeter, they'll enter in 2 days. In the Emperor Battle Plane, they can enter the Divine Emperor battlefield and wander around the entrance for a while before leaving. There's no need to go find the Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai sect to kill. Shui Mingji was also worried that the two Divine Emperor men of sacrifice would be killed by the Greater One sect's Divine Emperors if they entered the Divine Emperor battlefield. Although the strength of those two Divine Emperor death soldiers was far inferior to him, he had to pay a hefty price to buy their lives. They could afford to lose their lives. However, the prerequisite was that he would help him take away Du and Lingtian. I understand. There was a quick response from the other side. I will send the other 3 God King Deathsworn soldiers into the Emperor battle plane in the coming days. In the Monarch battle plane, if Du and Lingtian is alone, they will find an opportunity to attack Du and Lingtian. Of course, I will make it clear to them that unless they are absolutely certain, they should not make a move. Hearing that, Shui Mingji was relieved. I'm not worried about you. Thanks. Shui Mingji thanked him. What kind of friendship do you have with me? There's no need to thank me. The other laughed involuntarily. The person you want to kill has been holed up in the Tianlong Temple all this time. If he comes out, I can personally help you kill him. Shui Mingji smiled bitterly. If he comes out, there's no need for you to do anything. I can do it myself or send someone to do it. Big brother Yannian, do you know those two? Du and Lingtian asked Dongfang Yannian curiously as soon as he entered the Emperor battle plane. Just now, before he entered, he could sense that many people's gazes were on him. He wasn't surprised because he could be considered a celebrity in the Tianlong clan. However, before he entered, there were 2 people standing together who were clearly different from the others. They seemed out of place. The 2 of them glanced at him, then looked at Dongfang Yannian. The youth was talking to the other middle-aged man as if they were discussing Dongfang Yannian. You should know those 2, said Dongfang Yannian with a smile. Dongfang Yannian said with a smile, do you still remember what happened 2 years ago when I just returned from outside? 2 years ago. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Du and Lingtian pondered for a while, then his eyes flashed. Big brother Yannian, you're saying, those 2 were the medium god emperors you received and the other medium god emperor who came in on the same day? Yes, it's them. Dongfang Yannian nodded. Speaking of which, they've already been in the Tianlong clan for a while. During that time, they also entered the Emperor battle plane, but they only walked around Tianlong City and Heping City for a while before leaving. Many people are wondering if they're afraid of death and don't dare to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors. Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian frowned slightly. That Yang Zhe, to think I had a good impression of him when I heard him say he had enmity with Greater One sect. Now, he doesn't even dare to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors. Even if he has enmity with Greater One sect, what's the point? Dongfang Yannian's tone was filled with disdain. Could it be that the sect doesn't have a rule that those who join the sect during the Emperor battle must enter the Emperor battle plane within a certain period of time? Asked Du and Lingtian. Of course. Shui Haichuan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. The sect has a rule that those who join the sect during the Emperor battle and are disciples of God Kings must enter the battlefield of God Kings within 2 years. As for disciples of Divine Emperors, they must enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors within 5 years. If they don't enter by then, they'll be expelled from the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan doesn't accept those who don't dare to enter the Emperor battle plane during the Emperor battle. At the same time, They must also hand over a certain amount of divine stones and divine crystals as compensation for violating the agreement. After all, before they join the sect has already told them that they must enter the Emperor Battle Planar battlefield upon entering. If they don't, they'll have to abide by the rules. Hearing this rule, Duan Lingtian nodded. At least by doing this, no one would waste their time. This time, with 2 white dragon elders by his side entering the battlefield of divine emperors, Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease and didn't feel the slightest pressure. With 2 white dragon elders roaming the battlefield of divine emperors with him, unless they encountered a group of 3 or more elders of Greater One sect, it would be impossible for them to stay. In fact, even if it was a group of 3 or more people, Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat or even kill them if he used his trump card and had Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan's help. Of course, it wasn't that he completely trusted Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan. It was just that when he had no other choice, he could only choose to trust them. Based on his current personal impression, after interacting with the 2 of them, he felt that they were trustworthy. As for whether the 2 of them would have any thoughts after he revealed his trump card, he wasn't sure. After all, there were many blood brothers who had turned against each other because of the benefits of splitting the family. Although his relationship with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan was good, it definitely couldn't be compared to blood brothers. Let's go. Because Duan Lingtian had applied for an identity badge last time, he didn't need to apply at all this time. In addition, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan both had identity badges, so the 3 of them didn't need to go through any formalities and directly entered the battlefield of divine emperors. As soon as the 3 of them entered, the people who had personally witnessed the 3 of them entering the battlefield of divine emperors spread the news. In an instant, all the people of the Tianlong clan in Sky Dragon City knew that Duan Lingtian had entered the battlefield of divine emperors again, and that he had entered the battlefield of divine emperors accompanied by 2 white dragon elders. Duan Lingtian, Elder Shui Haichuan and Elder Dongfang Yanyan have entered the battlefield of divine emperors together. Are they planning to do something big? If it's a lone elder of Greater One sect, encountering them, it's likely that he won't be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian has disappeared for 2 years, and now has come to the Emperor Battle Plane and entered the battlefield of divine emperors again. Is he planning to compete with Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang? When the disciples of the Tianlong clan learned that Duan Lingtian had entered the battlefield of divine emperors with 2 white dragon elders, they only thought that the 3 of them were going to do something big. However, when this news reached the Greater One sect and was spread by the people of the Greater One sect, it had a completely different meaning. Duan Lingtian has entered the Emperor Battle Plane again after more than 2 years, and is accompanied by 2 white dragon elders. Half a year ago, our Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang entered the battlefield of divine emperors and killed 4 people of the Tianlong clan in 4 months. You say, is he afraid of encountering Shimen Longxiang inside, afraid that he would be killed by Shimen Longxiang, so he found 2 white dragon elders to follow and protect him? I didn't think too much about it at first. But now that you mention it, I think it makes sense. If that's the case, then Duan Lingtian is really as timid as a mouse. Last time, he dared to enter the battlefield of divine emperors alone when he had just broken through, but now he doesn't dare to do so. Perhaps, this is called the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Now, the calf has grown up. Thinking of witnessing the battle between the 2 inner sect elders of our Greater One sect, I reckon he has a lingering fear and will not dare to enter the battlefield of divine emperors alone. The Tianlong clan has been comparing Duan Lingtian to senior brother Shimen Longxiang. But now it seems that he is not worthy of being compared to senior brother Shimen Longxiang. Of course, senior brother Shimen Longxiang will not enter the battlefield of divine emperors with the elder of our Greater One sect. On the Greater One sect side, there were voices of pessimism about Duan Lingtian everywhere, as if they had grasped some weakness of Duan Lingtian's. And when these words were passed to the Tianlong clan, the people of the Tianlong clan began to argue with the people of the Greater One sect in Peace City. A person who killed hundreds of your Greater One sect's God King disciples, who just broke through to the Divine Emperor realm dares to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors alone, and killed 2 inner sect elders of your Greater One sect, you say he is inferior to Shimen Longxiang? Ridiculous. Who doesn't know that senior brother Duan Lingtian and the two White Dragon Elders have a good relationship? So what if they agreed to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors together? Is there a rule against this? Yes. Perhaps, the current senior brother Duan Lingtian already has the strength comparable to the White Dragon Elders. In this case, the two White Dragon Elders are willing to travel with him. I advise you to tell your Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor disciples to be careful, lest they enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors and run into senior brother Duan Lingtian. At that time, they won't be able to escape even if they want to. Chapter 3892. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what was happening outside. Currently, he was leisurely flying, running, and sightseeing with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian in the battlefield of Divine Emperors. That's right, sightseeing. I don't feel nervous at all when I'm with the two of you, Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile. I'm starting to regret coming in with the two of you. How can I train myself like this? In truth, the main characters of the War of Emperors should be the higher Divine Emperors who wanted to break through and become God Emperors. However, if it were that simple, there would be no need for a War of Emperors. Two higher Divine Emperors could have just agreed to a battle to the death. Why did no one do that? This was because no one knew how many trump cards their opponent had up his sleeves. Usually, the opponent's strength might be on par with yours. However, in a battle to the death, the opponent could very well reveal their trump cards and kill you. In the history of the Plains of Gods, similar things had happened everywhere. It was just that it had rarely happened in recent years. No one was stupid. The existence of the War of Emperors, War of Supremes, and War of Sovereigns, to a certain extent, prevented a battle to the death. In the Emperor battle plane, the Supremacy battle plane, and even the Supremacy battle plane, in the Quasi-Emperor battlefield, the Quasi-Supremacy battlefield, and the Quasi-Supremacy battlefield, if you couldn't defeat your opponent, you could still escape, or if you weren't confident enough, you could find someone to enter with you. For example, the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. Anyone who entered the War of Sovereigns would generally form a group. No one dared to enter alone. This was because if someone entered alone and encountered the Supreme Elder of the Greater One Sect, they would be dead without a doubt. The Supreme Elder of the Greater One Sect was so strong that he was not weaker than the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. The Profound Sky Elders of the Greater One Sect were in a similar situation. They would generally find someone to enter with them and form a small group. They were all worried that they would encounter the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. In the War of Sovereigns, if you could not defeat your opponent, you could escape if you had the ability. However, in a normal battle to the death, it was impossible to stop until the victor was decided. In other words, the Monarch horoscope contest was inevitable. Since this was a plane that had been specially opened for the Emperor's War, it was naturally impossible for only higher God Emperors to enter. In addition, such an environment could be used to train the other members of the two forces who were participating in the Emperor's War. Thus, the second-tier and second-tier battlefields had been created. In the Emperor battle plane, the battlefield of Divine Emperors was a level lower than the battlefield of Quasi-Emperors. As for the God King battlefield, it was a second-grade battlefield. Don't worry. Shui Haichuan smiled and said, if we really meet someone, we'll hold the fort and you'll go. If you're no match for them and are in danger, we'll take action. This way, it won't affect your training. Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Duan Lingtian felt helpless. With the two of you on the side, who can focus on fighting me? He has no chance to kill me. Under such circumstances, do you think he could still focus on fighting me? I'm afraid he's only thinking about how to escape. Duan Lingtian said. That's true. Hearing this, Shui Haichuan thought for a moment, then nodded. Since that's the case, the two of us won't travel with you. We'll hide in the shadows and follow you. And the person who can discover us will definitely be the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder. At that time, even if we hide, it'll be meaningless. In Shui Haichuan's view, Duan Lingtian was not a match for the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder. If they really encountered the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder, he and Dongfang Yannian would still have to take action. That's fine. Dongfang Yannian nodded in agreement. With little Tian's current strength, he should at most be able to fight against the Greater One Sect's inner sect elder. He might not even be able to win. In the end, we might still have to take action. However, we should still wait for him to fall into a disadvantageous position before taking action. We still have to let him know where we are. At a crucial moment, if he really encounters danger, he can immediately teleport over to our side so that we won't be too late to rescue him. Dongfang Yannian and Xue Haichuan discussed for a moment, then quickly decided on this plan. With regards to this plan, Duan Lingtian naturally did not have any objections. He was not worried that Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian would fight over the battle merits with him. This was because before Xue Haichuan had entered with him, he had already told Dongfang Yannian that after entering, they would split everything equally. However, at the same time, they would also have to temporarily lend him the battle merits. Dongfang Yannian did not have any objections to this at all because he did not need anything for the time being. Furthermore, he had even taken the initiative to ask Duan Lingtian to refine some Peak King level divine pills to repay his debt. In response, Duan Lingtian also agreed. To him, this was only a small matter. Right now, let alone Peak King level divine pills, he could even refine the majority of Emperor level divine pills. In the following journey, Duan Lingtian traveled alone. He did not pay any attention to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian who were secretly following him. He completely treated them as if they did not exist. That Shimen Longxiang, in 4 months, encountered 4 lower divine emperors of our Tianlong clan. His luck is really not bad. Thinking of how Shimen Longxiang had killed 4 lower divine emperors of the Tianlong clan in 4 months, Duan Lingtian not only felt that his strength was not bad, he also felt that his luck was very good. It must be known that the last time he entered the battlefield of divine emperors, he had only encountered 2 divine emperors of the Tai sect after 2 whole months. Of course, the 2 he had encountered were 2 middle divine emperors of the Tai sect. 2 middle divine emperors were worth 4,000 battle merits altogether. As for the 4 low-level divine emperors, they were only worth 800 battle merits. In terms of battle merits, Shimen Longxiang's harvest was much worse than Duan Lingtian's. Furthermore, he had spent almost 4 months. However, do they really believe that those 2 people killed each other? Duan Lingtian was not unhappy about the gossips outside, saying that he had taken advantage of the situation and was just lucky, but he still felt puzzled. Those people did not think that even if there was a deep hatred between 2 elders of the Tai sect, would they really fight to the death on the battlefield of divine emperors? It must be known that in the battlefield of divine emperors, one could encounter divine emperors of the Tianlong clan at any time. Rather than having a battle of life and death there, it would be better to directly start a battle of life and death in the Tai sect, or one of them could wait for the other to leave the sect and chase after the other to kill him. You said you were afraid that the other side would send a message to complain. You think those formation discs that could isolate messages were fake? Perhaps, they thought that I, a person who had just broken through to Divine Emperor, could not kill 2 elders of the Tai sect with my own ability. Thinking that even Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian believed him, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. He put himself in their shoes. If he was someone else, he would certainly think the same. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since they had entered the battlefield of divine emperors. In this month, he did not see a single living person. He did not see anyone from the Tai sect, nor did he see anyone from the Tianlong clan. Thinking about it, Shimen Longxiang's luck is really good. Duan Lingtian thought. And perhaps because Duan Lingtian did not expect to encounter anyone from the Tai sect in the following month, he finally discovered a figure after a short 3 days. However, because of the distance, he could not confirm the identity of the other party. And the other party, at the same time his figure stopped, also stopped. Who? Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly teleported, disappearing from where he was, and rapidly teleported towards the other party. He had nothing to worry about. If the other party was a member of the Tianlong clan, then so be it. But if the other party was on his side, then he would greet them and continue to part ways. And if the other party was a member of the Tai sect, then no matter how strong the other party was, there were 2 white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan secretly following behind him. On the Divine Emperor battlefield, the White Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan and the Earth Underworld Elder of the Tai sect symbolized the strongest force. Perhaps the other party's reaction was slower, or perhaps the other party also had the intention of meeting Duan Lingtian face to face. When Duan Lingtian approached, the other party did not move away. At this time, Duan Lingtian also saw the other party's face. It was a middle-aged man. However, after Duan Lingtian saw the other party's face, he did not care about anything else. The first thing he did was to look at the other party's chest. At a glance, he saw that the identity badge on the other party's chest was completely different from his. It's a member of the Tai sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, his face beaming with joy. And the other party also noticed the identity badge on Duan Lingtian's chest at the first moment. After his pupils shrank slightly, he saw the joy on Duan Lingtian's face, and his face suddenly changed. On the Divine Emperor battlefield, one could only identify whether the other party was on one side by looking at the identity badge. Only the other party's status in the other party's force was unknown. Unless the other party was very famous, and one had seen the other party before and could recognize him. However, looking at the Tianlong clan's disciple in front of him, after discovering that he was a member of the Tai sect, the other party was full of confidence in his own strength. Could he be the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan? If it was the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, I would have specially gone to find out about them, including the clothes they usually like to wear, and some facial features, but there is no one here. Because of the dangers on the Divine Emperor battlefield, whether it was the Tianlong clan's Divine Emperor disciples or the Tai sect's Divine Emperor disciples, if they were not confident in their own strength, they would first investigate the other party's White Dragon Elder or Earth Underworld Elder. He shouldn't be the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. If he is just an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, I may have the power to fight. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man made up his mind. Because he himself was an inner sect elder of the Tai sect, otherwise he would not dare to swagger in the air, which would easily make him a target for others. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air as the middle-aged man made the first move. He swung the long saber that appeared in his hand, and a golden saber ray whistled out. It bloomed in the air and formed a golden saber net that swept toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his figure rapidly retreated. He wanted to try and see if the other party was the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, even if he had not seen this person in the information of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. If the other party was the White Dragon Elder, he would take advantage of the other party's failure to attack and his current retreat to try and escape. Chapter 3893. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flickered, and a powerful spatial storm wreaked havoc around him. In the blink of an eye, he met the incoming golden blade net head-on, forcibly colliding with it. However, the instant his divine power fused with the law of space collided with the opponent's divine power fused with the law of metal, his figure flickered, and he teleported far away. Boom! Rumble! In the distance, the moment Duan Lingtian appeared, the space where he was previously seemed to have turned into a golden ocean. The devastating golden blade net crushed the spatial energy, and then scattered in the air like dazzling golden flames, beautiful and dazzling. Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged man again, and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. A middle divine king. In the next instant, he teleported again. A lower divine king? At this time, the greater one-sect inner sect elder who had been extremely vigilant was first stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's technique. Then, when Duan Lingtian teleported a second time, his figure turned into a golden ray of light and pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where Duan Lingtian had teleported a second time and caught up with Duan Lingtian. Should we make a move? In the distant void, Dongfang Yannian, who was hiding in the dark, asked Shui Haichuan through sound transmission. No need. Shui Haichuan shook his head. Little Tian is showing weakness. He should have a backup plan. He's just an inner sect elder of the greater one sect. His strength is most likely not as strong as Kuang Tianjing, who attacked Little Tian back then. Let's see the situation before we make a move. Shui Haichuan did not seem to be worried. That's true. Dongfang Yannian originally saw Duan Lingtian fleeing and subconsciously prepared to make a move. Now that he heard Xue Haichuan's words, he also reacted. The opponent was just an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. At this distance, if he were to make a move, even if Duan Lingtian's life was hanging by a thread, he was confident that he could save him. At the same time, the Greater One sect inner sect elder who had caught up with Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man, inwardly laughed at himself, and attacked Duan Lingtian again. Wang. Another resplendent saber light flashed by. The golden light was like a blazing sun, as if it wanted to completely annihilate Duan Lingtian. So it's just a low-level godly emperor. And here I thought he might be the white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. The middle-aged man laughed at himself in his heart. He couldn't help but feel angry. He had been scared by a low-level divine emperor. This was simply a great humiliation. Boy, you're just a low-level godly emperor of the Tianlong clan. How dare you swagger in the sky? You're courting death. The middle-aged man sneered and attacked again. Wang, 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 Wang. Hundreds of saber auras followed after the first saber aura and swept towards Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man was prepared to go all out and not give Duan Lingtian a chance to catch his breath. Although this would consume a lot of divine power in a short period of time, this divine power could be recovered through divine pills. If he gave Duan Lingtian a chance, Duan Lingtian might have some means to save his life and escape. If a low-level godly emperor escaped from under his nose, even if no one saw it with their own eyes, he would find it hard to accept. He would even be ashamed. Therefore, he would rather use his full power at the beginning and kill Duan Lingtian directly. Things might change if he delayed. What's wrong with a low-level godly emperor? Just as the middle-aged man finished his words and attacked, Duan Lingtian's space storm raged around him. At this moment, he vaguely activated the Tao of control. Space control. In an instant, the surrounding space twisted and folded to a degree that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. Although it only lasted for a moment, it still crushed the incoming saber light. Then, whoosh! Accompanied by the clear hum of a sword, a blurry streak of sword light and a figure whistled through the air, heading straight for the middle-aged man. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. How could a low-level godly emperor be unharmed under his full power attack? What on earth had happened just now? Although Duan Lingtian's space law was far superior to his metal law, it should not be so exaggerated. After all, Duan Lingtian's divine power was only that of a low-level godly emperor. However, at this moment, he did not have time to think too much. Duan Lingtian had already launched his attack. Damn it! Just now, he must have used some external force to crush my attack unscathed. He is just a low-level godly emperor. Even if his space law is stronger than mine, the gap between our divine powers is not that easy to overcome. He should only be able to use that technique once. It is unlikely that he can use it twice. The middle-aged man secretly took a deep breath. In a flash, he made a choice. He faced Duan Lingtian head-on. Duan Lingtian was only a low-level godly emperor. Duan Lingtian's attack was not as strong as his previous attack. It was not as strong as his previous attack. Boy, even if you have external force to block my attack, so what? That attack did not consume much of my divine power, the middle-aged man shouted. Then, his body swayed and turned into a golden light. Like a golden meteor in the night sky, he charged toward the figure holding the sword. Die! The middle-aged man shouted. He moved along with his saber. Dazzling saber radiance wandered between the heavens and the earth. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it fell toward the figure holding the sword. In the next instant, the saber radiance passed by and was about to suppress the figure holding the sword. Right at this moment. At the critical moment. Swoosh! Another crisp sound of a sword rang out. This time, it came from another direction. A figure who looked exactly like Duan Lingtian teleported behind the middle-aged man and swung his sword. When the sword was swung, the void shook. The raging space storm condensed into a point and charged toward the middle-aged man. If it had been any other time, the middle-aged man would have been able to react in time and block the attack. But now, although he sensed the sharp aura behind him and smelled the scent of death, he did not have time to block the attack behind him. He only had time to activate the remaining divine power in his body. He tried his best to activate the Law of Gold and integrate it with his divine power to block the attack behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the surface of the middle-aged man's body, the golden power seemed to have solidified. A phantom flashed out. It was a defensive divine artifact. However, judging by its aura, it should be a medium divine artifact. Swoosh! The sword was like a dragon. It was unstoppable. Swoosh! The sword swept past and penetrated the middle-aged man's defensive layer. Then, it penetrated the defensive divine artifact and stabbed into the middle-aged man's body. The moment the sword entered the middle-aged man's body, the sharp power began to spread in his internal organs. A terrifying space storm enveloped him in the blink of an eye. No, a shrill scream echoed in the sky. It was sharp and ear-piercing. It was extremely miserable. This was the last sound the middle-aged man made before he died. Swoosh! A purple figure appeared. It was the person who had attacked the middle-aged man earlier. It was Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the other Duan Lingtian who was not affected by the attack because the middle-aged man had died and his attack had completely dissipated. He stepped into the air and walked toward the Duan Lingtian unscathed. After a short while, he entered the Duan Lingtian's body. This was Duan Lingtian's avatar formed from the Law of Space. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian secretly activated the Law of Space to block the middle-aged man's attack, he had used the golden cicada shell-shedding technique. His real body had teleported away while his avatar remained where he was and took the initiative to attack the middle-aged man. If it had been any other time, Duan Lingtian would have definitely been discovered by the middle-aged man. However, at that time, the situation was urgent. Moreover, the middle-aged man had underestimated Duan Lingtian because he was only a lower celestial emperor. Therefore, he did not use his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings. Otherwise, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to launch a sneak attack, it would not have gone so smoothly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian opened his hand and put away the middle-aged man's identity badge and spatial ring. At the same time, two figures appeared in the sky not far away. They passed through the clouds and landed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Duan Lingtian. They were Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. At this moment, the two of them still had shocked expressions on their faces. They were clearly shocked by the scene just now. A lower celestial emperor, and one that only broke through a few years ago. He killed an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect as if he was killing a chicken. I really wonder what the people of the Greater One sect would think if they saw this scene. Dongfang Yannian stared at Duan Lingtian for a long time before he sighed and said, "It's a pity that we can't use the floating image pearl here. Otherwise, I would have recorded the scene just now and brought it out for others to see." Although Xue Haichuan did not say much, his gaze towards Duan Lingtian was also filled with shock. He had thought that Duan Lingtian's strength might not be the same as before, but he also felt that Duan Lingtian would at most be able to fight to a draw with an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. Even if Duan Lingtian had shown weakness just now, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill the other party by himself. However, the scene that happened next was an eye-opener for him. Duan Lingtian had completely taken advantage of his disadvantage in cultivation to make the other party careless. Then, at the crucial moment, he took the other party by surprise. Using the Law Doppelganger to launch a sneak attack with his main body, he killed the other party with a single sword strike. Xue Haichuan had seen the entire process clearly. He asked himself, even if it was him, he might not be able to do this. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the execution of the law, as well as his methods that were as smooth as flowing water, were clearly instinctive reactions that had been cultivated through countless battles. The entire process was impeccable. Even if it was me, if that attack was blocked by him without being injured, and if my divine sense did not observe the surroundings and did not discover that his body had left, even if I did not die, I would have been seriously injured. Xue Haichuan put himself in the shoes of the Greater One sect inner sect elder who had just died, and finally came to such a conclusion. This time, My luck is better than last time. Duan Lingtian weighed the storage ring, identity badge, and divine tool in his hand, a faint smile on his face. According to the agreement with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, the battle merits represented by the identity badge would be divided equally between the three of them, but the spoils of war such as the storage ring and divine tool would belong to whoever contributed the most. Chapter 3894. Last time, Duan Lingtian had encountered the two inner sect elders of Greater One Sect 2 months after entering the battlefield of the God Emperor. This time, he had only been in the battlefield for a little more than a month before he encountered an inner sect elder of Greater One Sect. This inner sect elder of Greater One Sect, in terms of strength, was in fact not weaker than either of the two people last time, but Duan Lingtian had killed him without using the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Among them, he had made a great breakthrough in the law of space. Secondly, he had secretly displayed the way of control, and in the final sneak attack, he had displayed the embryonic form of the swordway, and had not exposed the complete swordway. Of course, there was one more important point. That was, the other party had underestimated him. And this was also within his calculations. At that time, when he first saw the other party, he could only confirm that the other party was a disciple of Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor, but as for his identity in Greater One Sect, he did not know. The front of the identity badge was the symbol of Greater One Sect, and on the back there were words, and only a name. People who did not know him, even if they saw the name, would not know his position in Greater One Sect, unless this person was very famous. However, the moment the other party made the first move, Duan Lingtian knew that the other party was a middle god emperor, and from the other party's move, he could tell that the other party was not the elder of Greater One Sect. Although he had not come into contact with the elder of Greater One Sect, but the strength of the elder of Greater One Sect was equal to that of Elder White Dragon of the Qianlong clan, and obviously could not be weaker than Elder White Dragon. Compared to Elder White Dragon, the other party was far inferior. Therefore, at that time, he concluded that the other party was just an inner sect elder of Greater One Sect, and had the same identity as the two disciples of Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor that he had killed last time. A middle god emperor encountered a lower god emperor. If the lower god emperor panicked and fled, he would certainly chase after him. It was because of this point that Duan Lingtian put on a good show in front of the other party, pretending to flee in fear, and finally killed the other party in the pursuit. Everything was going according to his calculations. This time, it could be said that he had smoothly killed an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect without exposing any of his trump cards. As for the way of control, it was something he had been researching for the past 2 years. The way of control was to control space, and space was related to the law of space that he was proficient in. Therefore, in the past 2 years, while he was working hard to comprehend the law of space, he was also studying how to make the way of control appear obscure so that it would not be easily seen by others. At most, it would be seen as a method of the law of space. After 2 years of research, as well as watching the floating image pearls of many experts who were proficient in the laws of space, he had finally gained something. Earlier, he had used that ability. Judging from the current situation, even though Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were White Dragon elders with higher cultivations and greater strength than him, they were still unable to tell. This was within his expectations, so he wasn't surprised. This was because the purpose of him researching this ability was to not be seen through by people of the same cultivation level. As for people of a higher cultivation level, such as the God Emperor, Duan Lingtian felt that no matter how obscure he used the way of control, the other party would still be able to see it clearly. It was like a child playing a little trick. Perhaps it could fool the same child, but adults would often be able to see through it more clearly. Of course, the child could also be compared to an inexperienced person, while the adult could be compared to an experienced person. Little Tian, although you were willing to launch a sneak attack when you killed the inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect, based on the law of space you've displayed so far, in addition to your embryonic form of the Way of the Sword, even if his cultivation level is higher than yours, even if you can't defeat him, he won't be able to defeat you. Shui Haichuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a sigh. I really didn't expect that in a short 2 years, You've improved so much. Although your cultivation hasn't increased, the law of space you've grasped is already no weaker than my mastery of the law that I specialize in. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Dongfang Yannian also laughed in self-mockery. I really suddenly feel that I've lived for so many years in vain. Even a youngster who's not even 3,000 years old has caught up to me in the comprehension of the law. Dongfang Yannian shook his head in self-mockery. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at him. In the end, he still decided that he couldn't tell him that he wasn't actually less than 3,000 years old. His age of 2,000 years was revealed through taking a divine pill that could change the age of his bones. His true age was less than 1,000 years old. He was only a little over 700 years old. There's nothing to compare with in this aspect. Seeing that Dongfang Yannian seemed to be somewhat disappointed, Xue Haichuan shook his head and said, "You've also seen little Tian's attack just now. It's straightforward and ruthless. If he hadn't experienced many life and death battles, how could he have such a method? In this aspect, it's completely the accumulation of experience. In less than 3,000 years, he's already accumulated so much experience that he's not inferior to us. From this, one can imagine what he's experienced in the past few years." Compared to Dongfang Yannian, Xue Haichuan clearly saw things much more clearly. Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian thought of the scene just now. After a moment of silence, he also understood. That's true. Not every lower god emperor would be able to do as perfectly as little Tian when facing a middle god emperor. At the very least, when I was a lower god emperor and encountered the same situation, even with little Tian's methods, I wouldn't dare to say that I would be able to do as he did. Both Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were amazed by Duan Lingtian's method just now. At the same time, they witnessed the spatial laws that Duan Lingtian currently grasped. They also realized that it probably wouldn't be long before this little fellow who was only a middle god king when they first met him would catch up to them, or even surpass them. How is it? Do you feel a lot of pressure? After hiding in the shadows again and following Duan Lingtian, Xue Haichuan sent a voice transmission to Dongfang Yannian with a smile. Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian glared at Xue Haichuan in annoyance. He replied via voice transmission, "I think you're the one who feels pressure. In the Tianlong clan, I can't be considered a genius. You, on the other hand, although we're both white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, I've heard many people say behind our backs that you're the one with the greatest hope of cultivating to the God Emperor level through your own efforts." "They're just joking." Xue Haichuan smiled faintly. He didn't seem to mind at all. At the same time, he didn't seem to be surprised by this. "It seems that you've heard this before." Dongfang Yannian gave Xue Haichuan a meaningful glance. Are you feeling very good inside?" As Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian communicated via voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, who had revealed himself ahead, continued to quickly move through the God Emperor plane. A day passed. They didn't see a single living person. 2 days passed. It was still the same. 3 days, half a month passed. Duan Lingtian finally met a living person. It was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian didn't know him, but he knew Duan Lingtian. After meeting Duan Lingtian, he greeted Duan Lingtian before parting ways. Very soon, another month passed. So far, Duan Lingtian had met 2 members of the Tianlong clan. One was an inner sect elder, and the other was an inner sect deacon. The latter even wanted to cooperate with him, but he was tactfully refused. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded and heartless. It was just that this time, earning battle merits was secondary. His most important goal was to familiarize himself with the laws of space. Compared to 2 years ago, his laws of space had undergone a qualitative change. However, he had never had the opportunity to use it. Now, on the God Emperor plane, he finally had a stage to display it. Another half a month passed by. Duan Lingtian finally met people of the Divine Emperor plane of the Greater One sect, and there were 2 of them. 2 people of the Greater One sect of the Divine Emperor plane. When Duan Lingtian discovered the 2 people, and at the same time intentionally approached them to see the identity badge on their chest, his eyes lit up. Of the 2 people, one was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and the other was a middle-aged man, thin and pale, but his eyes were unusually sharp. Before Duan Lingtian approached, the two people of the Greater One sect had already discovered Duan Lingtian. They wanted to walk over to Duan Lingtian. But, seeing Duan Lingtian take the initiative to approach, they waited where they were. When they saw the identity badge of the Tianlong clan on Duan Lingtian's chest, the old man's face was calm, as if there was no joy or sorrow, and the middle-aged man said to the old man, "It's not elder by long of the Tianlong clan. It's an ordinary divine emperor plain member of the Tianlong clan. At most, he's an inner sect elder." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man nodded indifferently. "Kill him, we'll continue to move forward and see if we can meet elder by long of the Tianlong clan." When his voice fell, a murderous intent flashed in the old man's eyes, as if he had some special opinions about the elder by long of the Tianlong clan. Elder by long? Hearing the other party's words, Duan Lingtian's face changed slightly. The other party dared to say this, which meant that he was at least an elder of the Greater One sect. As for the other person, he was not sure if he was also an elder of the Greater One sect. Who? Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. The elder of the Earth Underworld was not someone he could deal with. At least, he could not deal with him without exposing his trump card. Lower Divine Emperor? While the old man was in a daze, the middle-aged man sneered. "I thought he was at least an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, but he's just a lower divine emperor. Boy of the Tianlong clan, it's your bad luck to have met us." As soon as the middle-aged man's voice fell, he swept out. In the blink of an eye, he was near Duan Lingtian, and he raised his hand to grab Duan Lingtian. The other party's grab made Duan Lingtian feel great pressure, and his face slightly froze. This person is also an elder of the Greater One sect. Although it was just a casual move, Duan Lingtian could feel the other party's terrifying power. Whoosh! Just as the middle-aged man was about to grab Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have noticed something, and his face changed. He quickly retreated and returned to the old man's side. Two figures, like gods, descended from the sky and landed in front of Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind them. Then, he stared sharply at the two people of the Greater One sect in front of him. Chapter 3895. Elder Huang Yunfeng, we meet again. After Xue Haichuan appeared with Dongfang Yannian, he looked at the old man in the distance with a faint smile. "I suddenly feel that this Divine Emperor battlefield is really small." It is indeed small. The moment Dongfang Yannian's voice fell, his figure flickered and he appeared on the other side, surrounding the two people from Greater One sect with Xue Haichuan. At this moment, Dongfang Yannian had arrived on the other side and was also looking at the old man in front of him with a mocking expression. As for the middle-aged man, whether it was him or Xue Haichuan, they only glanced at him indifferently and did not look at him anymore. Huang Yunfeng, the old man of the two Greater One sect elders, stared at Xue Haichuan with an ugly expression. "Xue Haichuan, you didn't die last time, count yourself lucky." "Ha ha," Xue Haichuan could not help but laugh. "Elder Huang Yunfeng, your words seem to be wrong. I remember that the one who escaped that day was you, not me." Xue Haichuan smiled brilliantly. "Me?" The old man snorted coldly. "If it wasn't because I saw that you were young and didn't want to destroy your great future, do you think I would have left? I only did that because I didn't want to die together with you. Otherwise, do you think you would have survived? The one who escaped was you." Xue Haichuan spoke again, still saying the same thing with a brilliant smile. At this moment, hearing the conversation between Xue Haichuan and the other party, Duan Lingtian finally came back to his senses. So the old man of the two Greater One sect inner sect elders was one of the two Greater One sect elders that Xue Haichuan encountered last time? At that time, both of them were exhausted by Xue Haichuan. Xue Haichuan killed one of them, injured the other, and was also injured. If they had continued to fight, in the end neither Xue Haichuan nor that person would have survived. At this time, that person was afraid and was unwilling to die together with Xue Haichuan, so he chose to escape. Such a coincidence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood what Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were talking about. As it turned out, The Earth Nether Elder from the Taiyi sect was one of the 2 Earth Nether Elders that Xue Haichuan had encountered previously. Last time, he had already learned about Xue Haichuan from Dongfang Yannian. Xue Haichuan encountered 2 Earth Nether Elders of the Supreme Sect, and both of them had extraordinary strength. Although he had the chance to escape, he did not. He dragged the 2 of them, almost exhausting their divine power, and then, at the cost of injuries, he killed one of them and injured the other. At that time, Xue Haichuan's injuries were actually more serious than that person's, but because Xue Haichuan had more god power in his body than the other person, if Yang Guan continued to fight, they might die together. At that time, the other person retreated. And the injured Xue Haichuan did not dare to give chase. He was deeply afraid that he would encounter other Greater One Divine Emperor disciples on the way. This should be the new elder of the Greater One sect, Elder Shou Yunjie, right? Just as Huang Yunfeng's expression sank because of Xue Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yannian's gaze landed on another middle-aged man. His eyes flickered. A newly appointed Earth Nether Elder? Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He naturally knew the chilling meaning behind those words. It meant that this person was only barely qualified to be an Earth Nether Elder. Among the Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elders, he was at the bottom. Dongfang Yannian. At that very moment, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Dongfang Yannian was filled with fear. He had some understanding of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elders, and had even seen some of them before. For example, Xue Haichuan. Just now, when he saw Xue Haichuan and then saw the person in front of him, he guessed that the other person was the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder Dongfang Yannian. We'll take one each. At that moment, Xue Haichuan sent a sound transmission to Dongfang Yannian. You're faster than me, so you can stop Huang Yunfeng. After I kill Shou Yunjie, I'll join hands with you to kill Huang Yunfeng. Xue Haichuan was pleasantly surprised that the 3 of them were able to encounter 2 Greater One sect's White Dragon Elders. This time, it was different from the last time. Last time, he had encountered 2 Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elders by himself. Moreover, they were both old Earth Nether Elders who had been Earth Nether Elders for many years. Their strength was definitely among the best among mid-divine emperors. Relying on his advantage in speed, as well as the divine power regeneration speed bestowed by his cultivation technique, he dared to be arrogant and drag them down. In the end, even though he was seriously injured, he still profited. He had killed an Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elder, and he was not a nobody. Okay. Dongfang Yannian directly replied. However, he did not send a sound transmission. Instead, he spoke directly. Then, his figure swayed, and as if he had turned into a gust of wind, he blew towards the Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elder Huang Yunfeng. Elder Huang Yunfeng, I've heard a lot about you. Today, I'd like to see what you're capable of. You're quite capable to be able to escape from under Xue Haichuan's nose. Today, if you can escape, it means that my strength is on par with Xue Haichuan's. However, if you can't escape, it means that Xue Haichuan is inferior to me. Dongfang Yannian moved. As he charged towards Huang Yunfeng, he did not forget to ridicule him. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, although Xue Haichuan felt somewhat helpless, and even felt that Dongfang Yannian was shameless, he did not say anything. He moved, and charged towards the Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elder Shou Yunjie. Xue Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian, it's best that you let us leave. Otherwise, even if we have to risk our lives, we'll drag this lower-level god emperor of your Tianlong clan down with us. Huang Yunfeng promptly turned around, and as he blocked Dongfang Yannian's attack, he did not forget to fiercely shout. If it was a head-on battle, he was confident that his strength was not inferior to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's. However, Dongfang Yannian was proficient in the laws of wind, and was proficient in speed. His speed was simply inferior to Dongfang Yannian's. It was practically impossible for him to escape from under Dongfang Yannian's nose. Although there was another Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elder by his side, this Earth Nether Elder was only a newly promoted Earth Nether Elder. His strength was only stronger than that of an inner sect elder. As someone who had just become an Earth Nether Elder, in terms of strength, he was at the bottom of the Greater One sect. You have sharp eyes. to be able to tell that we care about him. Dongfang Yannian did not say anything, but Xue Haichuan smiled faintly. However, if you think that you can kill him under our noses, then go ahead and try. If it was an ordinary lower-level God Emperor, Xue Haichuan really did not dare to guarantee that he and Dongfang Yannian would be able to protect the other party from the two Qianlong clan's Earth Nether Elders. However, the problem was that this lower-level God Emperor was Duan Lingtian. After personally witnessing Duan Lingtian's attack last time, Xue Haichuan practically treated Duan Lingtian as an inner sect elder of the Qianlong clan. Even if he did not have that status, at least his strength had reached that level. Sho Yunjie, is it? As his voice fell, the smile on Xue Haichuan's face did not change, but the gaze with which he looked at the other greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder became much sharper. Within 10 moves, I will definitely kill you. In the next moment, when Sho Yunjie's expression changed greatly, Xue Haichuan had already moved. Moreover, as soon as he moved, he attacked like a storm. He did not hold back in the slightest. He was completely fighting with his life on the line. Xue Haichuan's thoughts were actually similar to the greater one-sex inner sect elder that Duan Lingtian had encountered last time. They both wanted to use their full strength from the beginning to finish off their opponent as soon as possible. Xue Haichuan did not dare to guarantee that Dongfang Yannian would be able to stop Huang Yunfeng, a veteran greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, from attacking Duan Lingtian. However, he could guarantee that Sho Yunjie, a newly promoted greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, would definitely not be able to attack Duan Lingtian under his nose. Boom! Xue Haichuan attacked with an imposing manner, as if a god from the 9th heaven had descended to the mortal world. At the same time, an incomparably huge face appeared in the void. A sharp ray of light shot out from each of its eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The face looked blurry, but one could be sure that it was not Xue Haichuan's face. Careful! That's Xue Haichuan's bloodline ability, Soul Sealing Eye. While Sho Yunjie's expression was solemn as he used all his strength to deal with Xue Haichuan's attack, Huang Yunfeng warned Sho Yunjie while fighting Dongfang Yannian. In the realms of gods, there were many people who possessed bloodline energy. Among them, there were some people whose bloodline energy had mutated and were able to perform techniques that were independent of their own body. To be more precise, they were techniques that did not rely on divine energy. These techniques were known as bloodline abilities. Xue Haichuan was such a person. As Huang Yunfeng spoke, Sho Yunjie's pupils abruptly shrank, and his expression became even more grave. At the same time, a deep beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was a soul attack condensed from his own soul strength. It contained the law of destruction that he was skilled in. Xue Haichuan, I'll make you regret this, Huang Yunfeng shouted. Seizing an opportunity, he left the battlefield and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Today, even if we must die, I'll drag this lower-level divine emperor of your Qianlong clan down with me. The fact that they were willing to enter the battlefield of divine emperors with him is enough to show that he has a close relationship with you. When Huang Yunfeng charged towards Duan Lingtian, it caused Dongfang Yannian to feel slightly embarrassed. He moved again and caught up to Huang Yunfeng. However, even so, Huang Yunfeng was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the same place, motionless. This made Huang Yunfeng secretly delighted. If this brat wanted to dodge, he might not be able to catch up with him as he was being held back by Dongfang Yannian. But now, this brat was standing in the same place, motionless, as if he had been struck dumb. Bang! A loud sound rang out. After forcibly blocking Dongfang Yannian's attack, Huang Yunfeng suddenly erupted with power. At the same time, he forced Dongfang Yannian to retreat. The divine weapon in his hand trembled, and a ray of light tore through the sky and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Huang Yunfeng was confident that no lower-level divine emperor would be able to block this attack of his. At least, in their greater one sect, apart from Shimen Longxiang, no lower-level divine emperor would be able to block this attack. Xue Haichuan, open your eyes wide and watch me kill this lower-level divine emperor of your Qianlong clan. After attacking, Huang Yunfeng blocked Dongfang Yannian's attack again, and did not forget to sneer loudly. However, the strength of his attacks would at most be the same as before. They wouldn't be able to threaten Duan Lingtian. No matter how strong his attacks were, it wasn't that he couldn't use them. However, once he used them, he would be handing over his junior to Dongfang Yannian. With Dongfang Yannian's strength, he would most likely be able to kill him. After a short moment, under the combined pressure of Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Yannian, Huang Yunfeng was surrounded by dangers. His complexion became much paler and bloodless. "Brother Yunfeng, save me." Suddenly, a hurried and sorrowful cry came from afar. It was extremely urgent and mournful. Bang! Accompanying it was a loud sound. When Duan Lingtian and the other two subconsciously looked over, they just happened to see the scene of Xue Haichuan killing the New Earth Underworld elder Shuo Yunjie of the Greater One sect. From the current situation, Xue Haichuan wouldn't have used more than 10 moves. Yunjie. Huang Yunfeng's expression changed greatly. His pupils rapidly shrank and his face was filled with grief. Shuo Yunjie was from the same batch of disciples that were recruited into the Greater One sect. The two of them were also the two most outstanding people from that batch of orphan disciples with the surname Yun. Along the way, his relationship with Shuo Yunjie was no different from that of blood brothers. After the opening of the Emperor Battle Plane, he made an agreement with Shuo Yunjie, who had just become an Earth Underworld elder, to enter the Divine Emperor battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plane together to hunt the disciples of the Qianlong clan. However, after the opening of the Emperor Battle Plane, Shuo Yunjie just happened to be in seclusion. He couldn't stay idle, so he made an agreement with a senior elder who had a good relationship with him, Elder White Dragon. That time, they met Xue Haichuan. He originally thought that the two of them could kill Xue Haichuan together, but he didn't expect that Xue Haichuan would kill one of them and he could only escape. This was his second time entering the Divine Emperor battlefield. This time, he had entered with Shuo Yunjie. Before entering, he wanted to kill a few more disciples of the Qianlong clan to avenge the Earth Underworld elder who had died at Xue Haichuan's hands last time. In the beginning, everything went smoothly. They met a lower god emperor of the Qianlong clan and successfully killed him. He thought that the rest of the journey would be as smooth as before. However, he never thought that he would meet Xue Haichuan again. Furthermore, Xue Haichuan had another elder by his side who was no weaker than him, Elder White Dragon, Dongfang Yannian. In addition, there was another lower god emperor whose strength was comparable to a middle god emperor, Duan Lingtian. Now, after witnessing Shuo Yunjie's death with his own eyes, Xue Haichuan did not even collect the spoils and directly charged towards him. Huang Yunfeng's expression changed again and again. In the end, he said savagely, "Since you insist on killing me, I'll take one of you down with me before I die." With a roar, Huang Yunfeng's divine power swept out. The mysteries of laws fused into it. At the same time, the silhouette of a god artifact armor appeared. In the next moment, he no longer paid any attention to Dongfang Yannian and directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. Faced with the menacing Huang Yunfeng, Duan Lingtian teleported in the direction that Xue Haichuan had come from. After 2 teleportations, he arrived behind Xue Haichuan. No! Seeing that Duan Lingtian did not stand there foolishly like before, staring at his descending attack, and instead fled behind Xue Haichuan, Huang Yunfeng's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. After Duan Lingtian teleported to a safe place, Xue Haichuan moved. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Huang Yunfeng and launched an attack towards him. As he faced the menacing Xue Haichuan and sensed Dongfang Yannian quickly rushing over from behind, Huang Yunfeng knew that he was probably doomed today. Unless the other Earth Underworld elders of Greater One sect arrived, he might still be able to leave one behind. Moreover, it had to be a relatively powerful Earth Nether elder, not a new Earth Nether elder like Shuo Yunjie. Unfortunately, Huang Yunfeng's savior did not arrive in the end. Under the combined attacks of Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, he only lasted for a dozen breaths before being heavily injured by Dongfang Yannian and dying at Xue Haichuan's hands. They're both Earth Nether elders of the Greater One sect, but the difference is far too great. Duan Lingtian, who had been watching from the side, could not help but sigh when he saw Huang Yunfeng die. If it was Shuo Yunjie, I would have been completely confident in killing him if I used all my trump cards. But Huang Yunfeng. Even if I used all my trump cards, I might not be able to kill him successfully. It was only today that Du and Lingtian had truly witnessed the strength of the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elders. Within the Tianlong clan, there should be quite a few White Dragon Elders who were no weaker than the other party. Not to mention the others, just Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were no weaker than Huang Yunfeng. Little Tian, take them. When the time comes, we'll exchange them for battle merits together. This time, after killing the 2 White Dragon Elders, the battle merits exchanged for their identity badges were split equally between Du and Lingtian and the other 2. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's badges were temporarily lent to Du and Lingtian. As for the god artifacts and storage rings they left behind, they belonged to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. However, after the 2 of them took the storage rings, they still took out the items inside and asked Du and Lingtian if there was anything he needed. Du and Lingtian took a glance. He was not interested in the items inside Shuo Yunjie's storage ring. However, there was a medicinal ingredient inside Huang Yunfeng's storage ring. It was the main ingredient that Du and Lingtian urgently needed to refine Emperor-level divine pills. Not only could this medicinal ingredient not be exchanged for in Peace City, but even the Tianlong clan did not have it. Who would have thought that he would see it here? Brother Haichuan, lend this medicinal ingredient to me. Du and Lingtian pointed at the medicinal ingredient he needed. This is a miluo flower. Xue Haichuan glanced at the medicinal ingredient Du and Lingtian was pointing at. Then, he asked Du and Lingtian in surprise, Little Tian, you can already refine Emperor-level divine pills? The miluo flower was the main ingredient for some rare Emperor-level divine pills. It could also be used as a supplementary ingredient for Earth-level divine pills. Du and Lingtian nodded. Ha. Then I must congratulate you. Xue Haichuan said with a smile, as for this miluo flower, I can just give it to you. There's no need to say lend. Seeing that Du and Lingtian seemed to want to refuse, Xue Haichuan said, speaking of which, it's not like you didn't do anything just now. Didn't that Huang Yunfeng attack you? You even blocked his attack. After that, he even tried to kill you. It can be said that he put quite a bit of psychological burden on you. This miluo flower can be considered your spoils of war. After saying this, Xue Haichuan looked at Dongfang Yannian. You don't have any objections, right? Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian glared at Xue Haichuan. If you had agreed to lend it to Little Tian, I would have thought that you were narrow-minded. If Little Tian wants it, just give it to him. This thing is useless in our hands. Chapter 3897. Although Du and Lingtian felt that it was inappropriate for him to take the miluo flower since it did not belong to him in the first place, he eventually gave in to Xue Haichuan and Du and Lingtian's insistence and accepted the flower. He thought to himself that he would share some with Xue Haichuan and Du and Lingtian after he finished refining the divine pills. The miluo flower could be divided into many petals. Every time he refined a divine pill, he would only need 1 petal to refine multiple divine pills. The kind of Emperor-grade divine pill he planned to refine would be of great help to the cultivation of a divine emperor. Although it was not suitable to give Xue Haichuan and Du and Lingtian a supreme Emperor-grade divine pill, it would still be of great help to the cultivation of a divine emperor even if it was not a supreme Emperor-grade divine pill. Moreover, if he did not refine a supreme Emperor-grade divine pill, he would be able to refine a few more at a time. It was not like a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill. Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills were still fine. However, from the King-grade divine pill onwards, there were very few divine pills that could refine multiple Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills at once. At the Emperor-grade divine pill level, it was destined that one could only refine 1 Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill at a time. It was the same even if one could refine the ordinary version of the Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill at a time. Every Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill that was refined was unique. Even if it was refined later, there would be some difference in the medicinal effect. In that case, I'll take it. When we return, I'll refine 6 primordial brightness divine pills for each of you. Duan Lingtian said to Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian after he put away the Miluo flower. Both of them were stunned when they heard his words. Then, they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Little Tian, you can even refine primordial brightness divine pills? You must have just learned how to refine emperor-grade divine pills, right? At this moment, both of their eyes were filled with shock. Although they were not good at refining pills, they knew how difficult it was to refine pills. They paid more attention to the primordial brightness divine pills that divine emperors could only dream of. They had even tried to obtain 1 or 2 primordial brightness divine pills through various means, but they did not have the chance. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to give each of them 6 pills. As the saying goes, don't do things more than 3 times. The same goes for the Yuanming divine pill. Only the first 3 pills would have an effect on a person. From the 4th pill onwards, it would no longer have any effect. But Duan Lingtian gave each of them 6 Yuanming divine pills. It was clear that he was thinking of their families. Little Tian, I thank you on behalf of myself and your sister-in-law. Dongfang Yannian looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. At this moment, he didn't refuse anymore, as the primordial radiant divine pill was of great help to him. Perhaps, with the help of the 3 primordial bright divine pellets, he would be able to enter the high-level deity emperor realm. As for his wife, although she was still far away from the level of high divine emperor, she could still reach a higher level because of this. Little Tian, thank you. Shui Haichuan didn't refuse either. He was the same as Dongfang Yannian, he greatly desired the primordial bright divine pellet. This could greatly shorten the time he needed to break through to high-level divine emperor. Although he could also smoothly break through to high-level divine emperor under normal circumstances, there was still a long way to go. Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, why are you so polite? You gave me the Miluo flower, so it's normal for me to refine a few primordial bright divine pills for you. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, if you really want to say that you don't deserve it, then wouldn't it be the same for me to take the Miluo flower? The Miluo flower had a total of 9 petals. Duan Lingtian had calculated that if he wasn't refining the ultimate primordial bright divine pill, he should be able to refine at least 3 primordial bright divine pills at a time. If he was lucky, 4 or even 5 wouldn't be a problem. But even if he were to refine 3 pills at a time, he would only need 4 petals to refine 12 primordial bright divine pills for Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. The refinement of primordial bright divine pills mainly relied on the Miluo flower as the main ingredient. The other ingredients weren't that precious. You can't say it like that. Dongfang Yannian shook his head and said, Little Tian, if we take that Miluo flower to a divine pill master who can refine primordial bright divine pills and use the Miluo flower as a reward, not to mention 12 primordial bright divine pills, we'd be lucky if he could give us 2. Under normal circumstances, we'd only be able to get 1 at most. Moreover, the refinement of primordial bright divine pills requires a lot of attention to the communication and control of life energy between heaven and earth spiritual energy. Even our Tianlong clan's old clan master failed to refine primordial bright divine pills in the past, wasting a Miluo flower in vain. It's also because of this that the value of primordial bright divine pills can be considered top-notch among all emperor-grade divine pills. Duan Lingtian naturally knew the difficulty of refining primordial bright divine pills that Dongfang Yannian mentioned. Not to mention emperor-grade divine pill masters, even emperor-grade divine pill masters couldn't guarantee the success rate of refining primordial bright divine pills. This was because primordial bright divine pills were one of the very few emperor-grade divine pills that weren't ultimate divine pills. They were all divine pills that tested the communication and control of life energy. Naturally, it was even more difficult to concoct an ultimate divine pill. However, Duan Lingtian was still confident. After all, his control and communication of life energy wasn't something that ordinary divine pill masters could compare to. Not to mention emperor-grade divine pill masters, even venerable-grade divine pill masters might not be able to compare to him. This was because within the little world within his body, there was a complete divine tree of life. Little Tian. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian exchanged a few glances, then Shui Haichuan said, what we've gained so far is 3 divine emperor-grade divine sect badges. The battle merits should be split equally between the three of us. However, after discussing with Dongfang Yannian earlier, we feel that we can't take advantage of you. The battle merits exchanged for those 3 badges will all belong to you. We won't participate in the split. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Dongfang Yannian spoke first. Little Tian, to us, using that bit of battle merits to exchange for so many primordial bright divine pills is absolutely worth it. Do you believe that if you take out the primordial bright divine pills to exchange for battle merits, there are even black dragon elders in the sect who would be willing to give you even more battle merits in exchange for primordial bright divine pills? Dongfang Yannian said. Battle merits were obtained from various battlefields in the Emperor battle plane. However, if one could transfer them to another, they could naturally be used as a currency for transactions. There were many people who had nowhere to use their battle merits. There were also some people who had taken a fancy to some things in Peace City but didn't have enough battle merits to buy them. At this time, the latter could take out the things that the former needed and exchange them for battle merits. Then, they could use the battle merits to buy the things they wanted in Peace City. Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, there's no need to be so calculative between us. Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile. This isn't calculative. Shui Haichuan shook his head. This is a matter of principle. If you don't agree, the 2 of us will only take 6 primordial bright divine pills from you at most. Moreover, we'll be taking advantage of you. In the end, Duan Lingtian was still unable to dissuade Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. However, at the same time, he made a request. The battle merits he obtained from the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor Disciple badge would be split between the 3 of them. This was because Duan Lingtian was worried that they would give him more points. Afterwards, Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Yannian stayed in the Divine Emperor battlefield for another half a year. They only left after a full year had passed. In the next 6 months, Duan Lingtian's luck was not as good as the first 6 months. Duan Lingtian only encountered 4 lesser divine emperors and 1 inner elder of the Taiyi sect. However, all of them were killed by him. So far, the 3 of them had been in the Divine Emperor battlefield for a year. They had killed 2 Earth Underworld elders, 2 Inner Sect elders, and 4 Lower One Sect's disciples. However, even though Duan Lingtian was not satisfied with this result, the entire Greater One Sect had been shaken up in the past year. 2 Earth Underworld elders had died. Before this, the Greater One Sect had only lost a single Earth Underworld elder. He had died at the hands of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon elder, Shui Haichuan. And this time, another 2 Earth Nether elders had fallen. Now, the Greater One Sect's losses on the Divine Emperor battlefield had already surpassed the Tianlong clan's losses. Not only did they no longer hold the advantage, they could not even maintain the balance. Only when Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan came to Peace City together and handed over their badges in exchange for battle merit did everyone know that the 2 Earth Underworld elders of the Greater One Sect who had died 8 years ago had actually died at the hands of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. No wonder the 2 Earth Underworld elders of our Greater One Sect died. So they died at the hands of Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. Neither of the 2 White Dragon elders were weaker than Elder Huang Yunfeng. Elder Shuo Yunjie was only a newly promoted Earth Underworld elder. His strength was far inferior to either of them. If that's the case, the 2 of them really are unlucky. When the people of the Greater One Sect learned the truth, their expressions naturally did not look too good. However, they still sent the news back. Chapter 3898. There was no chance to attack. Hearing his friend's message, Shui Mingji's face sank. That Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, did they eat Duan Lingtian's bewitching potion? You actually followed him around like a dogskin plaster. However, Shui Mingji's face relaxed. I don't believe that Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian will follow him every time he enters the Emperor battle plane. There will always be a chance to attack him. Thinking of this, Shui Mingji's mood improved a lot. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know how Shui Mingji was feeling. However, he was in a good mood right now. This time, the 3 of them had reaped a great harvest. They had killed 2 Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elders, which could be exchanged for 3 times the battle merits of an ordinary God Emperor. Each person was worth 6,000 battle merits. The 2 of them were worth 12,000 battle merits. In addition to the Greater One Sect's Inner Sect Elder that had died at Duan Lingtian's hands, they were worth 14,000 battle merits. In addition, they had encountered and killed 4 Greater One Sect's Lower God Emperors and 1 Greater One Sect's Middle God Emperor. In total, they were worth 16,800 battle merits. These battle merits should be enough for you to exchange for the things you haven't exchanged for yet, right? Seeing Duan Lingtian beaming with joy after receiving the battle merits, Xue Haichuan asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then said to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, I don't think I need so many battle merits. After I exchange for the things I need, I'll return the remaining battle merits to you. Although he knew that the 2 of them weren't in a hurry, he didn't want to take advantage of them. Sure enough, Xue Haichuan shook his head and smiled, I'm not in a hurry. You should wait until you have enough battle merits to return to me. I'm not in a hurry either. Dongfang Yannian shook his head. He was different from Xue Haichuan. Xue Haichuan had previously lent Duan Lingtian some military merits. The Duan Lingtian owed Xue Haichuan quite a bit of military merits, but he owed Dongfang Yannian very little. He didn't even want it anymore. In the future, he would never mention it again. Of course, if Duan Lingtian took the initiative to return it, he would accept it. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian's personality. It would be bad if he didn't accept it. Alright, then we'll pay it back together. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, however, I reckon that before we leave this time, we'll have enough battle credits left to return to Brother Yannian. At this point, Duan Lingtian looked at Dongfang Yannian. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Dongfang Yannian smiled and said, now, let's go and exchange for what you want first. Next, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian followed Duan Lingtian to exchange for things. They were also curious as to what Duan Lingtian wanted to exchange for so many military merits. In the end, they discovered that Duan Lingtian spent more than 80% of his military merits to exchange for all kinds of rare medicinal ingredients. The remaining military merits were used to exchange for things like floating image pearls that could help him comprehend the laws of space. Medicinal ingredients were used for cultivation. Floating image pearls were used for laws of space. For a moment, the 2 looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. As expected, there was no luck in geniuses. For Duan Lingtian to have his current achievements, he must have paid a corresponding price. Little Tian, don't be in such a hurry to return my military merits. When Dongfang Yannian saw that Duan Lingtian really wanted to return the remaining battle credits to him, he smiled and said, just now, I passed by the mystical item hall over there, and I just happened to see a rather rare item being sold there. What item? Duan Lingtian was startled. Something he could use. Do you know about the space-piercing divine shuttle? Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile. Space-piercing divine shuttle? Duan Lingtian was startled at first, and then his eyes widened. Big Brother Yannian, you mean, there's a space-piercing divine shuttle in the mysterious item hall? Yes. Dongfang Yannian smiled and nodded. Since you know about the space-piercing divine shuttle, then I don't think I need to tell you what it's used for, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and waves of excitement involuntarily appeared in his eyes. The space-piercing divine shuttle was a divine artifact that was said to be able to tear space apart in a realm of gods and enter a lower realm. At the same time, it was a one-time use divine artifact. This divine artifact was made by a divine artifact master. If one wanted to refine a space-piercing divine shuttle, one must have the energy of a supreme expert. In other words, supreme energy had to be poured into it. Of course, a drop of supreme energy could be used to refine no less than 10 space-piercing divine shuttles. As for how many space-piercing divine shuttles could be refined, it completely depended on the skill of the divine artifact master. In the realms of gods, if one wanted to go to a lower realm such as a Devata realm or a mundane realm, one had to use a normal spatial tunnel. Moreover, they had to wait until the planar battlefield closed for the spatial tunnel to remain stable. Only then could they leave. Now that the realm battlefield had opened and the realms of gods were converging, the unstable spatial tunnel was closed. There was only one way to go from a realm of gods to a lower realm. The space-piercing divine shuttle. As for the path Duan Ling Tian took to enter the realms of gods, it was not a path ordinary people could take to enter the realm of gods through the spatial barrier in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if Duan Ling Tian had the help of the 5 divine elements, he would not be able to do it. After all, he was already a god king and could not enter the Nine Serenities battlefield that only celestial emperors could enter. There's a space-piercing divine shuttle here? How many battle merits does it cost to refine a space-piercing divine shuttle? When Dongfang Yannian saw how anxious Duan Ling Tian seemed, he was confused as well. He had only casually mentioned it because he felt it might be useful to Duan Ling Tian. For example, if Duan Ling Tian wanted to visit his family and friends in the lower realms in the next 300 years? He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so excited. I didn't notice. However, it shouldn't be too expensive. The remaining battle merits should be enough, Dongfang Yannian said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Soon after, under Dongfang Yannian's lead, Duan Ling Tian saw the space-piercing divine shuttle in Peace City's mysterious item hall. It was a pitch-black object with an extremely sharp spike. The surface of the space-piercing divine shuttle was covered in complicated patterns. If one looked at it carefully, they would be able to steal one's soul. I'm just short of a few battle merits. When Duan Ling Tian saw the price of the space-piercing divine shuttle, he frowned. He discovered the remaining battle merits he had were not enough to purchase the space-piercing divine shuttle. He was still short of 100 battle merits. Little Tian, don't worry about it. I'll lend it to you. Dongfang Yannian smiled. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian owed Dongfang Yannian another debt. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not reject Dongfang Yannian's offer. After all, he really wanted the space-piercing divine shuttle. With this space-piercing divine shuttle, I'll be able to return to the Devata realm. However, this space-piercing divine shuttle is a one-time use god artifact. Moreover, it's only a one-way space-piercing divine shuttle. However, it's not bad that I can return with my clone. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Unknowingly, it had been several decades since he came to the mystic Handle land in the realm of gods. For several decades, he had been alone. He did not seem to fit in with the realms of gods. Compared to the natives of the realms of gods, he was just an outsider in the realms of gods. Little Tian, do you want to go home? Shui Haichuan asked with a smile when he saw Duan Ling Tian's excitement. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he had not left home for too long, for someone like him who was traveling alone in the realms of gods, it was more torturous than going into closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years. He wanted to go back and see his wife and children. He wanted to go back and see his parents. At the same time, he wanted to see if his master had returned from the Azura Hell. Do you plan to return with your true body or your clone? Shui Haichuan asked again. Then, he added, I don't recommend you return with your true body. If you return with your true body, you'll have to wait for 300 years before you can return. At that time, the realm battlefield will close, and the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms will be stabilized. If you return with your true body, you'll only be able to return after 300 years. And 300 years, to you, is not a short period of time. Right now, you are not even 3,000 years old. If you return with your true body, the cultivation environment in the lower realms will be harsh. Even if you have enough divine pills, your cultivation base will be wasted. Shui Haichuan said, I suggest you return with your clone. With your clone's strength, you'll be able to dominate the lower realms. That's what I plan to do. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face. With his current strength, he could easily kill a lesser divine emperor with his clone formed from the law of space. With such strength, he would be invincible in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian believed that there were gods and godly kings in the Devata realms. However, it was impossible for there to be divine emperors. However, just because there are no divine emperors in the Devata realms and the realms of gods, it doesn't mean there are no divine emperors in the 7 deadliest realms. Before coming to the realms of gods, Duan Ling Tian had learned that there were many godly spirits in the independent realms where the 7 deadliest places were located. There were also many powerful gods in the 7 deadliest realms. There was no lack of godly kings and divine emperors. Duan Lingtian did not know if there were any godly emperors. However, based on his master, Feng Qingyang's speculation, there was a high chance there were some. I'll be able to return soon. After obtaining the space-piercing divine shuttle, Duan Lingtian could not suppress his excitement. He would be able to return to the Devata realms soon. Not only would he be able to see his family again, but he would also be able to help them get rid of some threats. For example, he had no choice but to ask his family to hide. If he did not allow them to hide, his family would face a calamity if the people from the Title Temple or the God King of the Dead Spirit race discovered them. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian could not understand Duan Lingtian's emotions. If they knew Duan Lingtian was only slightly over 700 years old, they would definitely understand Duan Lingtian's feelings. Bang! After leaving the Emperor War realm, Dongfang Yannian bade farewell and left in a hurry. Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan returned to Dongfang Yannian's residence. After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian could not wait to summon his clone from the lore of space. Then, he ordered his clone to use the space-piercing divine shuttle to tear a tear in the void before entering it. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.